part of the river years ago was a lot of it eelgrass along the shoreline. And since the river's gotten saltier, the eelgrass has died in this whole part of the river. You have
It's funny because one of the most common questions I get is, why would you sink a ship? Why would you take a perfectly good floating vessel?
I could say you are the only one I see, but I can't stop at 2 or 3. And I am afraid to need you so. And I am too sober not to know that you may be my problem, not my love. Would I be lying if I said you were too sweet? Though I'm quite sure you got a bite. I could say that you were just a special treat, but we both know that that's not right. And I am afraid to need you so. And I am too sober not to know that you may be my
Check. 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 Check.
I'm going to do the roving mic for Brian's section. So Q&A.
Okay, and that's the first section here, current
Yes.
perspective.
Assuming we have time.
Okay.
Which is a
All
whole
right.
nother level of questions.
Afford to wait and see. He'll never take his hand from mine. Oh, no, we'll walk the land of milk and honey. Bobby Tanqueray. Bobby
Check.
Tanqueray.
Check. Check.
Bobby Tanqueray. And I was satisfied. Love's an addiction, baby. There's a rehab for every kind. Lay your head down, baby. Tell me what's on your mind. You got so many heartaches take him one at a time. Imagine each one's a man, takes a number, stands in a line. If you draw the line, baby, I will walk the walk. But I may sow some seeds, baby, and I may pick a lock. My door is always open if you find you want to talk. And when you're good and ready, we can go as deep as you want. So just ask, baby, just ask. I'll do anything for you. All you gotta do is ask. So just ask. Baby, just ask. I'll do anything for you. All you gotta do is ask. Like a pinup, I will pose and gaze with curtains when we're alone. Red on the streets when other heads are turning. You will know what you hold. You will know.
Georgie's bringing the cover thing, right?
Sunlight is a villain.
Oh yeah.
When it takes away the night.
There's a will. There's a way.
And you're about the same, baby, when you tell me that you're alright. You made up with my body, poison in my mind. But I know I have your love, baby, and you know you always have mine. So just ask, baby, just ask. I'll do anything for you. All you got to do is ask. So just ask, baby, just ask. I'll do anything for you. All you got to do is ask.
On my own, here we go. I feel like they're gonna bleed.
Look at those lights behind the trees. Don't the highway sound like the ocean? Looking at you right next to me. The stillness feels like emotion. I got the feeling. You got the feeling. Don't you know what I mean? Get like high school down by the pool at the hotel in Reseda. If I didn't know all the things you've done, I swear that I need you. I got the feeling. You got the feeling. But I know where you've been. I wish I'd met you when I was 17. Before I seen the things that I've seen. Before I learned to look behind the screen. I think we could have had a good time. Oh, 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 oh.
Well, I used to get down in any town, anytime I got the notion. Follow each girl to the end of the world, you know I never looked down. But now I'm up above with the feeling of love. I got my arms around you, with the weight of the band on my left hand, you know it keeps me on the ground. Baby, I got the feeling, you got the feeling, don't you know what I mean?
I wish I'd met you when I was 17. Before I kept my hands so clean. Before you went and made some fool your queen. I think we could have had a good time. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 oh. You might think you understand what turns a boy into a man. You gotta search alone and inwardly, but that'll make a lonely girl to have the type of man that rules the world. The king will choose his crown over his queen. Before he gets the notion he doesn't need you. Before emotion grows, you plan to see through. Say what about me? Say what about me? Look at all the heads I'm turning in the street. Well, my oh my, don't you realize one thing should be on your mind? What about me? You meet his friends, you meet his folks. You love his songs, you love his jokes. You show him all the moves he's never seen. Then you take his will away. You never go a single day without asking him with whom or where he's been. Have lived a privileged life, but I have seen my share of strife, and nothing beats the boy that's feeling me. I might have pushed a little hard, I might have took it way too far, but you've gotta respect consistency. That's why the next time I won't wait for it. Boy, you know me, and I won't hesitate to say what about me? What about me? Say what about me? What about me? Look at all the heads I'm turning in the street. Well, my oh my, don't you realize one thing should be on your mind? What about me? Oh, no. Well, what about me? What about me? When we were having a good time, I got a little sentimental. The rental of your love was all that you gave up, but I wanted it all. I wanted it all. When we were doing a slow climb, the peak was a foregone conclusion. To lose it broke my heart. I only got one part, but I wanted it all. I wanted it all. When we were given a new chance, I got a little overzealous, jealous of your old girl. I wanted to be a whole world. I wanted it
I was walking down the street when out the corner of my eye I saw a pretty little thing approaching me. She said, I never seen a man who looks so all alone. Or could you use a little company? But if you pay the right price, your evening will be nice and you can go and send me on my way. I'm having trouble trying to sleep. I'm counting sheep but running out. As time ticks by, still I try. No rest for concepts in my mind. On my own, here we go. My eyes feel like they're gonna bleed. Right up and bulging out my skull. My mouth is dry. My face is numb. Fucked up and spun out in my room. On my own, here we go. Mind is set on overdrive. The clock is laughing in my face. Crooked spine. My senses dulled. Past the point of delirium. On my own, here we go.
I bought this camper to take pictures of my love. Now that he's gone, I don't have anybody to take pictures of. A lonesome highway, pretty good subject. I'm gonna make myself make the use of this dirt. I'm taking landscapes, I'm taking still life. I'm taking back self-portraits of a lonely woman. I spent my life so lost on loving. I could have been a painter or a president. But after 25 years, I should be good at something. Gone are the days of me being so reticent. I'm taking night classes. I'm making sculptures. I'm painting bad self-portraits of a lonely woman. Oh, bought this camera to take pictures of my love. Now that he's gone, I don't know what to do with his hair. I don't care about the time or money. I just never thought that I'd be doing it now. Stuck taking landscapes, stuck taking still lives, stuck making sculptures. I'm out here taking back make us frown. But it seems so well intentioned. And at once I'm beginning to fall. There's no point to even mention you at all. I am a golden over the devil talking lies. My rage is ticking bomb while I shout and I cry. But I know you'll still remember that I'm not very hard to disarm. And you know I'm no contender.
Turns on and off.
Testing, testing.
It's probably
Okay.
not up, but I'll turn it on.
I'm so sick of lying, telling myself it's the end. I know better, but here I go again. I am a photograph, a moment stuck in time. The modern priest, the girl is brief and resigned, but the girl I still see clearly.
Check, check.
People wanna let you back in. I'm so sick of lying, telling myself it's the end. Well, now here I go again. Well, here I go again. Oh, now here I go again. Here I go again. I could spend ages reading the news. I could spend days singing the blues. But I turn up the TV light, give up without a fight. Better than pretending to know what's wrong or what's right. I could spend ages asking myself why.
One other thing I was going to try.
Better than being some fool's bride. Well, it's better than pretending to know what's wrong, what's right. Oh, what's wrong, what's right. In the another night wasted in my parents' basement. I could almost stay. Why did I ever go back home? All night you got me running like a rabbit, and no fight. How will I ever find you in the darkness when no light? Another night wasted in my parents' basement. Don't know why I didn't see that when I was right on its tail. All night you got me running like a rabbit, and dog, no fight. How will I ever find you in the darkness with no light? You got me running like a rabbit, and dog, no fight. How will I ever find you in the darkness with no light? Well, now you got me running like a rabbit, and dog, no fight. How will I ever find you in the darkness with no light? Yeah, you got me running like a rabbit, and I'm more like a dog with no fight. How will I ever find you in the darkness with no light? Would it be true to say that I ordered you, or is it you that ordered me? I could say you are the only one I see, but I can't stop at 2 or 3. And I am afraid to need you so, and I am too sober not to know that you may be my problem, not my love. Would I be lying if I said you were too sweet? Though I'm quite sure you got a bite. I could say that you were just a special treat, but we both know that that's not right. And I am afraid to need you so, and I am too sober not to know that you may be my problem, not my love. You go down smooth. Would it be just to take your ball to my head? Or was that sentence not too fresh? Oh, I would say you make it sweet to You're the kind of man that takes what he can and doesn't ask. This trade I can't condone, but I'm told that in the state I have to ask. Occasionally a meal for free is exactly where I need. And how long has it been since I have given in to what I see, what is right in front of me? Now I am all alone and far from home, and I don't know.
So first we need to introduce and bring yourself. Brian.
Time that we spend in my bed and you're playing with my head, I get turned around. 'Cause you use me up, can you wear me down? When I'm ahead, I get up. When I'm glad I frown. Way and I'm that way, 'cause it's your way, you're the way. 'Cause you use me up, can you wear me down?
We don't need to mention that now. Let's see. I have it.
If I get everybody to go ahead and take their seats, please.
And how long has it been since I've had a friend that'll make me see what's right in front of me? Now I am all alone and far from home, and I don't always know what's good for me. The more time that we spend in my bed and you're playing with my head, I get turned around.
So I want to welcome everybody to the 2015 Florida Artificial Reef Summit. My name is Brian Flick. Can everybody hear me in the back? All right, we're working on that. I like that enthusiasm.
He turned it off. It was off.
All right, the high-tech person. Here we go. So thanks. Welcome everybody to the 2015 Florida Artificial Reef Summit. My name is Brian Flake. I am the Florida Sea Grant Extension Agent in Collier County with the University of Florida Extension Service. Great to see a lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces as well. We have a packed agenda for you for the next several days. Just a couple of things before we get into housekeeping. Obviously, when you plan something like this, it takes the many people working together. I want to recognize my two conference co-chairs, Joy Hazel, who's the Sea Grant Agent in Lee County, and also Keith Milley, who I think everybody in the room knows from Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission's Artificial Reef Program, and they'll come up here in a second as well. But I also want to recognize the people who have been on the steering committee. We've been planning a little over a year for this. So if you could stand up, if you're on the steering committee, Robert Turpin from Escambia County, and I'll just say, kind of hold your applause at the end of our, but yes, Robert, you definitely deserve the applause too on that one. Chuck Mangio, who's the reef coordinator from Pinellas County. Especially, this is our host county, and I heard it was a great tour this morning, so thank you very much. Pat Quinn from Broward County, also on the committee. Dr. William Lindbergh from UF. I think a few people, there he goes, Bill's in the back. Caitlin Kovac, who's with USGS, she's been kind of helping us behind the scenes, as well as Becca Burton, who's Florida Sea Grant's communications coordinator, also has played a huge role. I think I've got everybody. Oh, sorry, Holly and Bills with Florida Sea Grant as well. I think you guys have contacted or been in contact with her if you have an abstract on it. I also want to recognize Lisa Krimsky, who's our agent in Miami-Dade. She started the process, but she's on maternity leave, so she's done a lot of work as well. Yeah. So a couple of things, too. I want to recognize the two Tims doing sound, and according when the speaker actually pushes the on button. Thank you. That helps. But just for the committee, if we're going to be in orange lanyards, we also have the ribbon. So if you have questions, come up and see us and ask, especially if there's hotel-related information. Joy can be your point person for that. And Joy will go over the agenda here in a second. I do want to point out when you registered, you got the folder, and also with your name tag, I want to make sure you keep those on. That's how we know that you're with the conference. So make sure you keep that on all times. So we do have the proceedings, which does have the abstracts, has our sponsors on the back, also has the background information, which Keith will go. There's also a schedule in here too, and we do have some schedule changes that Joy will let you know. There is a brief evaluation, which whether you're here the whole time or only today, please provide feedback, good, bad, or ugly. That allows us to plan for the future summit. And hopefully even from the last summit in Cocoa, we've incorporated some of the changes. The other thing too in here that you should have already been told about, we are doing a raffle this time. Halcyon Dive Systems is putting up a BC, so opportunity to win that, as well as Guy Harvey has offered a original signed print. And cool thing we're doing, if you didn't already know, raffle system. So one ticket 15, two's 25. Automatically you get a Reef Summit t-shirt. And again, everything we make from that's going to go help support future summits so that we can continue to have these great programs. And if you have any questions, please, we'll keep those, we'll have people at the registration table, so you'll be able to purchase those, and we'll have them during the breaks as well. With that being said, I actually want to turn it over to Joy. She's going to give you a little bit of an overview about the agenda and some of the changes, and I'll turn it over. But welcome, and we're glad you're here, and I hope you have a good time.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Do I need to move the? I need to move the mic a little, don't I? So welcome. My name is Joy Hazel. I'm with Florida Sea Grant in Lake County, and I'm here to give you some details on the agenda. The first thing I want you to do is go ahead and pull out your agenda so you can make the changes, and they're all really good changes. We have had an amazing outpouring of sponsorship, and so we were able to add breakfast for both mornings, as well as a social event on Thursday. Okay, so we are it's not dinner on your own anymore. On Thursday night, it will be a networking social event poolside. For tonight, you actually should all have a blue raffle ticket in the back of your name tag, and that is one free drink ticket. So that's all thanks to our sponsors. So when you walk around and see our sponsorship tables, please thank them. Okay? Yeah. So I'm just going to go over today's schedule so you know what to expect. We are starting obviously with the welcoming remarks, and then we're going to do sort of an overview setting the stage of current perspectives on artificial reefs. And Brian Flick will be the moderator for that section. We'll then do a break, and there will be some light snacks as well as drinks. If you can't tell, I'm in charge of the food. So if you have any food questions, I'm the person to talk to. And then in the afternoon, we're going to have our county coordinator representative from each region talk about the county perspectives on artificial reef. Again, today is about setting the stage. Then we're going to adjourn at 5 o'clock, and at 6 o'clock, we're going to have our poster session. So poster session will be 6 to 8. And at the same time, approximately every half hour, is that correct, Megan? I can't find you in here. Megan will be doing a demonstration on filleting lionfish. And that'll be out by the registration table. Yes, Brian says you'll be having some ceviche. So we do have a really, really full schedule, as you can see. And when time permits, we will have a Q&A at the end of each session. However, we have also very deliberately built in lots of networking time. So if we don't get to the Q&A, we really encourage you to talk to your speakers or talk to each other during the break. All right. we are going to make a concerted effort to stay on time, and that is to respect your time, to respect the speaker's time, and to make sure that we have enough time to socialize, because we think that that's really valuable. In order to encourage people to come back in the room at the end of every break, to stop your networking, we are going to have door prizes. And they are going to be drawn 5 minutes before the start of each session in this room. We have all of your names in a hat, and you need to be present in the room in order to receive your door prize. Okay? So for those of you who are online here in this room, the web password is BOAT, B-O-A-T. Okay. And for those of you who are online on your phones, please make sure your phones are currently set to vibrate. And to be respectful, we want to make sure that if you do have to answer your phone, which we totally understand, we've got plenty of doors that you can walk out and answer your phone. Is everybody's phone on vibrate? I've done other conferences where every time somebody's phone goes off, they have to put $5 toward the adult beverage kitty. What do we think? Right? And it's always the non-adult beverage drinkers whose phone ends up going off. It's just terrible. So we also want to say restrooms are basically directly across the way here. We've got men's and women's rooms. So, and if you are staying here in the hotel and you tried to access internet from your room, you may have noticed that they're asking you to pay. You're not going to have to pay. That's just how they do it. As long as you registered under the Artificial Reef Summit, internet is free in your rooms also. So my final thing for the day is we thought it was helpful, and we hope you think it's helpful, to have a list of participants in the back of the summit proceedings so you know who's here. But we also think it's helpful to have a visual of it. So I'm going to do sort of a poll of the audience, and I want you to do, when the question I ask applies to you, is raise your hand really high and take a look around, because what we think one of the really valuable things about the Artificial Reef Summit is it's a real diversity of audiences. And for those of us from University of Florida, we often go to conferences that's all academics or all this. And here we've got this real blend of different audiences. So we want you to be aware of who you are. So go ahead and look around the room as I ask. So first question is, how many people here are county artificial reef coordinators or work in the county artificial reef program? Okay, great. How many are from state agencies? Okay. How many people here would consider themselves academia? Okay. Federal agencies, private organizations who work in artificial reefs, sponsors. Let's just have the sponsors raise their hand. Okay. Thanks, guys, again. How many people would just consider themselves either, you can also raise your hand to multiple things, users of our reefs, our artificial reef systems? How many people fish on our artificial reefs? Dive? Okay, great. What am I missing for questions? I think we're good. Oh, anybody contractors? Does anybody out there want to tell me something I missed because you haven't raised your hand? Okay, good. So I'm going to turn it over to Keith, and Keith is really going to open the session, starting to talk about the content and what you can expect to hear over the next few days. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Joy and Brian. My name is Keith Milley. I'm with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Division of Marine Fisheries Management, Artificial Reef subsection. And I thought I'd start just by giving a little bit of history of Florida's Artificial Reef Summits. The first summit was actually in 1979. That was 36 years ago. Today's summit is the 9th summit that we've had since then. And today we have 170 people, more or less, registered for the summit, which is about the same as last year's record, also around 170. So we're really pleased as far as how far we've come in those 36 years. So I think to kind of carry on with Joy's interactive questions, we thought we'd by a show of hands see who has attended any Artificial Reef Summit in the past. Okay, yeah. And how many of you were here last year for the Artificial Reef Summit? Oh, not last year. I mean in 2010 in Cocoa Beach. Okay, excellent, excellent. And how many folks in the room attended that first Artificial Reef Summit in 1979? Wow. Well done. Well, thank you for all of you for your contributions over the years. And we particularly are excited about this summit today. And if you see if you pull out your program, as I am doing now, on the inside cover, you will see the theme of this year's summit: navigating expectations and charting objectives. The theme this year is Florida's Artificial Reef Program is unique in the country in that we rely on our county and city and NGO partnerships to implement Florida's Artificial Reef Program. So to do that, every region in the state, we all have our own objectives and expectations. So one of the theme this year that we're exploring through this agenda is to think about why we're building artificial reefs, how are we building them, who are we building them for, the fish, the people, so that was some of the purpose of coming up with this year's theme. And to kind of explore that theme, we've developed these guiding questions, which many of you have seen on the website. And if you flip to the back cover of your agenda, as well, you'll see a diagram and some of the considerations that we'd like the speakers and the attendees to think about during these next 3 days. We have up here that diagram to remind you as you're listening to these talks to think about how these topics are relating to one another and how they fit together. We hope to talk about some of the tensions that sometimes we have to deal with to balance these different considerations in artificial reef planning. And so we ask you to think about that and reference back to that back page often. So an outline of the program, just very briefly, we're going to start out this morning with artificial reef perspectives, starting out with Steve Bortone, and Brian will introduce everyone when we get to that point. And we're going to start out with the international perspective, and then we're going to step down and focus in on more regional perspectives on the Atlantic coast, the Gulf Coast, and then we're going to hear from John Dodrell on the state of Florida perspectives, and then focus into our different regions around the state. And so we'll kind of start from the broad perspective and then focus down to more specific. This evening, we'll have the poster session with a lot of contributed posters. And we thank everyone for setting up those posters. I guess it'll have to be over lunch today. And then tomorrow, we're going to start out kind of looking at some of the socioeconomic perspectives. And that will lead us into some of the ecological. And if you look around, we'll have the ecological perspectives as well, as we will talk about tomorrow afternoon. And then on Friday, we are going to hear from many of our contributed speakers. And these are folks doing some very specific types of different research and different perspectives, and that'll help pull it together as well. So I would also at this time like to help us achieve some of these objectives and help us think back to these guiding questions. Think about the connectivity here that we have to think about. We have 3 rapporteurs who are going to be helping us this week. And so I'd like to recognize those gentlemen as well. We have Steve Bortone over here and Bill Seaman, as well as Tom Frazier, if he's here yet. Okay, he's traffic on I-75. So we've asked these 3 gentlemen to sit in and listen to all of the talks, listen to the discussions, and they're going to be giving us recaps. So we're going to hear a recap tomorrow morning, and then at the very conclusion of the summit, we're going to have these 3 gentlemen come up to the front and have a conversation with the audience, with each other, and kind of bring everything back home and draw us to conclusion with hopefully an appreciation for thinking about these different perspectives that we have to manage as we develop Florida's artificial reefs. So I think that that's kind of the overview and summary, and I'll pass it back to Brian. So, and also one more thing, outside you will find this figure originates from Seaman and Lindbergh 2011. The guidelines for artificial reef management in Southeast Florida. It applies certainly statewide, if not nationwide. You'll find copies of these outside the conference room at one of our FWC tables. So feel free to pick up one of those, or you can also find it online as well. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, guys.
Thanks.
Before Steve comes up here to start off with the international perspective, just a couple other things I failed to mention with the raffle. We're going to do that on that last break on Friday. For the raffle, for the BC and the Guy Harvey Parade, there you do not have to be present. That's why we have your tag, or that why you wrote your contact information. The other thing I do want to mention for those of you that are social media savvy, if anybody does Twitter, we have a QR code on here that links you to the website, and there's the hashtag on it. But we are also doing live streaming. So if you have colleagues that couldn't make it and are interested in this, that link is found on the Artificial Reef website. So with that being said, I'm my pleasure to introduce Steve Ortone, who's now with Osprey Aquatic Services, formerly Gulf Council, who's going to start us on the big picture of that international perspective. So Steve.
Yeah, thanks. Keith assigned this topic to me and said, do everything in the world in 30 minutes or less. So here we go. This will be fast. However, don't bother with some of the details. There's a paper coming out, hopefully within a few months, and you'll be sent a copy of this. Well, to look at the international and United States perspectives, I decided to survey what we'd been doing internationally. I've attended most of these international CARA meetings, except the first two, and I'm going to talk briefly about those. And the CARAs were started to look at the international perspective, and I'll go through a history of that. 40 years ago, we started this effort. There's been 10 conferences thus far, and what I'm going to do here is try to amalgamate the U.S. influence on those conferences and highlight some of the major things that have been taking place. The CARAs were started ultimately to build reefs, but the goal was towards fisheries, and that's an important concept because that has been sort of a pervasive theme throughout the entire history of artificial reefs. Now, that doesn't mean that's the only reason for artificial reefs, but certainly that has been the initial stimulus for them. First conference was held in Houston in 1974. It was 4 nations were in attendance. Back then we called Taiwan China, but you know, things changed. There were, given the newness of it all, 250 people attended, and there was a publication that came out of the Florida Texas A&M Sea Grant program. Notable, however, was that Dick Stroud presented a talk there. That was significant in that Dick was the vice president of the Sports Fishing Institute at that time, and it kind of gave national recognition to the artificial reefs, which really hadn't been seen too much of at that time. But of course, dominating that meeting and later were these giant structures that the Japanese loved to produce, and no secret that that happened here. But also there were some other things that came out early on in that time. The ecological aspects of artificial reefs. Yes, Bill, those are your reefs that are pictured there, but anyway, I had to get a picture somehow. And obviously tires have been the big boom and bust of artificial reef research, but nevertheless that dominated that conference. Oil platforms certainly were discussed to a great extent, and Larry Ogren presented some work on the fish aggregating devices, and it was notable that actually a fair number of the papers at that time were on the aggregating aspect of artificial reefs in midwater structure. Yeah, well, if you're at the next one, you can be of some big help because I'll talk about that. Maybe you can help me on this one. The artificial reef program off Alabama was begun and was reported on at that time, and I don't know how many tens of thousands of cars they're up to now. And there was also some legal aspects, and those have never really gotten away from. Now, here's where the enigma comes from, and maybe you can help me here, Hayward. In 1977 was the second conference. However, that's about all we know about it. I've talked to Dave Pollard about it, who attended, and he has some vague memories of drinking beer there, but that's about it. There were 4 countries reported. We don't know who the 4th one was. That's lost. It turns out there was another meeting that I could find at the same time called Down Under 77, put on by a spearfishing group. And evidently there were some publications that resulted from that, an overview of artificial reefs. There were about 17 papers altogether in a workshop. I get the feeling it was the same conference. I have talked to these people, but it's so long ago, nobody's alive anymore, so they can't really verify that. So it seems to be a mystery, whatever happened to the second conference. If Dick Stone attended, he can't find anything on it. Dan Sheehy was there, he can't find anything on it. So we don't know. Evidently, they were in Australia, but that's all we know. The third conference was in Newport, California, and this is the first one and that I've attended and every one since. This was a pretty good one. It was one of the first that resulted in a formal primary publication in the Bulletin of Marine Science. Some of you are aware of this one. And the theme of this was artificial reefs as mitigation, because it was sponsored by a power company in Southern California. And that kind of was the theme of the whole conference. But there were a number of other major things that took place. The Japanese were still there showing off their elaborate structures that they had put in place, and also the idea of deflecting water patterns and currents. That was a big thing then, and still that dominates their work. Comparisons to natural reefs were begun at that time. And likewise, Gary Davis's work on enhancing communities through the, especially work on spiny lobster that he did. Notable, however, was that Jim Bonsack and Sutherland presented their review of artificial reef work, and you've all seen this paper at that time. They proposed that we needed better hypothesis testing. There wasn't really much of that going on. We needed to define productivity, attraction versus production, and establish socioeconomic goals, and that was a paramount moment to see that spelled out like that. In '87, there was a meeting in Miami, the next one, the fourth Congress, and this one was attended by a large number, 349 people. I won't go into all the details there, and also resulted in a formal publication. And there's Uncle Bill. He was just a kid when they took this picture. He was much, much older now, but he wrote one of the beginning pieces on it: to organize and evaluate research and development to enhance aquatic habitats. And there were a number of papers. The need to standardize visual methods. They aren't standardized today, but it was recognized a long time ago that this should happen. And Hickson and Beets, with their work on structural design and using artificial reefs for ecological experimentation, was demonstrated there. Fads were still a big thing. They've kind of drifted away and out of it now, but they were a big topic of conversation back then. And also the Japanese references towards large commercial efforts at that time, and Bob Grove helped organize that. There was an attention to recruitment early on by Bill Alavizon and his students, and also Giulio Rellini was talking about larger concepts in terms of the large world pictures, particularly off Italy, but other places as well. We also knew about government, private, and public information that was happening at that time. And most of the reefs had been public things, but private industry and private organizations were getting involved in artificial reefs. And lost in all of this, but coming of late, is the artificial reefs and artisanal fisheries seem to have been lost, but you're going to see this increase with time as we go along in artificial reef work. Also in '87, Wally Malone talked about the importance of economic aspects and its impacts, and then Chuck Wilson, again, oil rigs. Oil rigs seem to be dominating the talks all the way through everything that we've done with these structures. And also in '87, Jim Bonsack wrote a paper, a heuristic paper, looking at the attraction versus production sort of argument, and posed it in this fashion. And everybody's examined this in detail since, but probably still need to do that. The fifth Congress was in '91. I refer to this as the golden age of artificial reefs. We've been on the downcline since, but you'll see why. In that conference, there was, we always thought the Queen Mary would have made a great reef. They just shouldn't have tied it up at the dock there, but it was a perfect place to do this. Jeff Polavina presented his work and model on the value of artificial reefs, what they could do for attraction and production. There's a lot of things to look at artificial reefs in natural and ecological systems. This little cartoon says, if you can't read it, I'm just not into that whole fake reef thing. And then I hear you. I guess there were some problems with the Edison reef in some aspects there. Also some features. Eco-technology was a term that the Japanese coined at this particular conference, and that's kind of dominated some of the work since then. And the idea that stakeholders should really be involved. And this is the first time that this was taken to heart. A lot of stakeholders had been left out of these discussions, and many of you represent those stakeholders here today. Dave Lindquist presented some work on looking at comparing diets on and off reefs. That really hadn't been done too well up until this time, and there were some startling differences. And then Tom Fraser and Bill Lindbergh on their work of spacing between reefs. That's Bill enjoying. You can't really find a picture of him without a glass of wine in his hand. I don't know what that says, but all I know is I had no pictures of him without a glass of wine. Coal ash as a toxic material was talked about, and in general as a building material was referred to, and also for mitigation. And that was a big thing in California because of some of their coastal problems. Also, recreational use of artificial reefs. This has probably been, by the scientific groups, a much neglected part and aspect of artificial work. And the Europeans dominate their research with deterring trawling, and that's a typical anti-trawling reef that they put out. When you talk to a European about artificial reefs and fisheries, this is what they talk about, is anti-trawling. There's not really much else brought into that particular picture. Also, we saw in '91, see how old some of us are? This was the first time that GIS was used in artificial reef work, and it was very important, and probably we're all using it today, but it was a seminal change and a jump in sophistication that was done at that particular time. In Tokyo, 1995, there was the 6th conference that we had. It was published immediately. You'll notice a lot of the publication dates are 2, 3, sometimes 4 years after the conference. This material was published at the conference. Now, it wasn't peer-reviewed, but it was immediately available. I think we need to start moving to some format where things are very quickly available, not a 2 to 3 year lag time, which is what we're seeing happening at this point. Sako and Nakamura presented a seminar, but their discussion was poignant in that they indicated that, look, you aren't so unique where you are. Everybody is suffering the same problems or experiencing these same problems worldwide, and that's why we should work together on these things. And I think that came through in that '95 conference very well. Also, what's happening is artificial reefs used in tandem. We start seeing the word artificial reefs and artificial habitat put together. And we start seeing things like helping to reestablish corals, also mariculture. So reefs have more than just that feature. And of course, again, the Japanese, gotta go back. Also the Japanese, again, using these large structures to divert coastal currents. I mean, they think at a scale we're not prepared to think it. I'm using beer cans and things like that in the water. And the space, again, that surrounds the reef, Bill Seaman and others talked about that at this particular meeting. And also the idea that there are environmental bottlenecks and life history features of species. A lot of the work up to this point is put out a reef, fish come there. But the critical question is which fish, why, and how, and why are they being maintained there? And that's the critical question. At San Remo in 1999, we had the 7th conference, and that resulted in a publication that Tony Jensen put together. We found that there was, again, a common theme. If you go back to the original conferences, why they were there, same reason, to promote the exchange of information, natural resources, fisheries, man-made structures in the environment, continues on that pattern. Bill Seaman talked about global trends, but he also mentioned that there were very few synthesis papers. There really have been very few synthesis papers. So that those of you who like to synthesize, see Bill, don't bother me. Tony Pitcher put together a paper which was really good. He talked about a multidisciplinary study, and that's really the approach that should be taken. Very often it is not for a number of reasons, but this was off Hong Kong. And Margaret Miller talked about the idea of using ecological theory, and a lot of studies, even since Hickson and Beats, have looked at that. Craig Osenberg talked about the modeling and testing traction versus production. There were artificial reefs talked about in marine protected areas. I don't know that that's really happened to some great extent. And Gianna Fabi talked about a sort of the aspects of areas around reefs, and that's been a neglected region too, because when you put down a reef, you really do affect the environment. This should have been a reef. I mean, look at that. That would be fantastic. But Eric Charbonnel talked about habitat complexity, and this was, again, one of the first times where we see habitat complexity to a great extent. Again, stakeholder views important, and the need for socioeconomic assessments. In Biloxi, by the way, a few months after this talk, this ship did not exist. That was gone. but we had a hurricane come through, but that was just what happens in Biloxi. Tom did an outstanding job of putting together this conference, and I always admired what he was able to do given the circumstances that I'll discuss later with some of you about that conference. But it was a very difficult thing. He put it together, did a great job with it. I talked about the idea of space and time. There were others that talked about this, but the time scales at which we're operating are really not amenable to assessment, truly assessing the reefs. And we need to take that into account, and that's going to be difficult. Recognizing in the artisanal fishery aspect and the socioeconomic aspects, Shinya Otaki talked about that and his colleagues as well. And also habitat complexity and looking at the ecomorphs of different species that are there. That's a critical part, because it's sometimes you can't get a species, but you may get a species type, an eco-niche that's filled by a particular reef. So we may not want to talk about species-specific management, but ecomorph management. Artificial reefs and mitigation. Pondell and his colleagues out on the West Coast looked at kelp restoration, and Miguel Santos looked at juvenile stalking, and that's take place in some, no, not stalking kids. No, that's not what I mean. Stalking juvenile fish on reef. I just realized what I said when I said stalking juvenile. No. Anyway, Miguel and his colleagues have been doing a lot of that kind of work. In Curitiba, Brazil, we had a meeting, wonderful meeting down there, but not well attended. As you know, the World Conference was kind of on a downslide at that time, and so it wasn't well attended, but it was a great meeting. We had a really good interaction with some colleagues there. It resulted in 2 publications, one that I put together and also one a special issue of the Brazilian Journal of Oceanography. It was both publications really brought together all the aspects of that. Federico Brandini was the host of this meeting and talked about the idea of creating new food webs in fisheries and decreasing human pressure, and that was kind of a theme. He tried to focus on Brazil, but the upshot of it was, again, this is a worldwide phenomenon. We're not talking about any particular region that we need to be concerned with. I looked at things like looking at the fact that a lot of us are not providing the information to fisheries managers that they need to make the decisions necessary. We do a lot of artificial reef work, but we don't come to the table with much. And Bill and his colleagues, particularly David Whitmarsh, talked about the attraction production in terms of economics, and that was a seminal paper presented at that meeting. John Caddy, you may know of John. He's a very noted fishery scientist with FAO. And he talked about modeling habitat complexity. An excellent review by Ehud Spanner on spiny lobster, and then a really in-depth look at here I go again with this flipper. A really in-depth look at all of the European reefs in summary at that meeting as well. Kim presented an interesting paper because it was one of the first times where certain aspects of life history had been targeted, and not just one aspect. Juveniles, egg stages, reproduction, all pointed at with artificial reef work, and it was one of the better examples of how it can be done. But it had a species as well that was amenable to that. And then there were species-specific approaches talked about. Artisanal fisheries, again, growing in importance. And the epibenthos is something that's probably been neglected by most of us, mainly because it's too damn hard to look at epibenthos. But anyway. In 2009, we also looked at fads again. There was a re-examination, particularly in Europe, of fads and how they might work, and also involving fishermen and fishing communities in the artificial reef scene, and then long-term assessments off Brazil and also Portugal. And the last meeting we had was in Izmir in Turkey. Wonderful place. Everybody should have been there. Unfortunately, not well attended, but a great meeting that we had there, and well hosted. The results will come out, I hope, sometime this year. I was hoping by now, but they're still in review. There was an excellent series of papers presented by the French on a meeting that was held, a Euro-Mediterranean conference in Marseille, in which they kind of looked at a larger reef scene which was going on there, but also how it applied to the rest of the Mediterranean. And there's a follow-up meeting that I'll mention on that later. Pierre Cresson presented some work. He wasn't the first one to do this, but he was able to start looking at comparing natural and artificial reef trophic systems. And energy budgets are going to be the key. If we're going to go to governments and argue for support, It's going to have to be through this energy budget argument, or at least we have to come to the table with data on that. I know there's a paper here also on invasive species, but Dan Sheehy talked about how artificial reefs in some ways facilitated this, not just for lionfish, but many other species. Now, here we see sort of a summary of all of this. There's the 1974 papers. The blue represents the number of presentations, the red, the number of nations involved. See, we had this golden age in Long Beach and things declined, but we're hitting it around 20 or so countries are involved. The number of presentations has gone down, and a lot of attendance has followed, but I think a lot of that has to do with international funding. Some of it had to do in Turkey with political situations there, or not there, but around there. The Syrian war was going on at that particular time. This is a very, very biased presentation, sort of what I call notable contributions, and how they were, and this is from the USA. Now, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. This is a % of the total. And of course, because you can, I did put a line on it. And it has been going down, but again, it's not a bad thing. I think the field was too dominated by the USA at the beginning, and now it's really an international forum that we see right now. And I think that's, as Martha Stewart said, a good thing. But we have some problems in Houston. We note that fisheries are not doing well. We have a number of species here. We have rebuilding species in green. We have fully exploited fisheries in yellow. Overexploited in red. Things aren't going so well, and yet we have a problem understanding what role artificial reefs can play in this process. Likewise, and my argument has been for a long time, we need to get reliable predictability when we put down reefs. When you change a net size, you can calculate what the impact is. We don't have an idea about that when we put down artificial reefs. But there's some positive things as well. Another aspect, we don't have a clue as to how much reef material is out there. We know we can count what we've permitted, but we can't say, like the pipelines throughout the Gulf that are acting as reefs, docks, pilings, seawalls, riprap, all of that is functioning as artificial reef material. And we can't discount that in our calculations. But the good story, Panama City, poster child. Well, it's not a poster child, but the example is, here we have a small city that's, other than topless dancers at springtime, we have here a well-developed diving community, diving activities developed. And this hazed area represents about this area off Panama City is the closest diving area for most of North America. It's really a great place to go. And people in Panama City have capitalized on that economics. And that's a great thing to see. We also have problems with data. Assessing performance has been difficult. Reporting metrics have been vague. Recording methods, just simple ways that you record data, are all over the place. Just some small examples from some of my work, the variance that we have in artificial reef work. Now, this is true for all environmental work, but it seems to dominate artificial work for some reason. The variances are extremely high. We have to have high sample numbers before we get rid of some of that variance that's in there. Likewise, our accuracy isn't so great. This is some work Keith Milley did, and we see here that year after repeated sampling, we're still not at the accurate level of 100% recording in just estimating size of models underwater. There's a lot of problems. I presented some of this at the CFOR meeting here not too long ago, or where was I? Yeah, Panama. Destin. We need at least a Gulf and Atlantic-wide database, maybe bigger than that. Each state tracks their artificial reefs differently. We need an estimate of the footprint size, as I talked about. We don't really have an idea. And a management objectives. Now, that's one of the themes of our conference here, but we can talk a lot about that later. So for areas of improvement, we need coordination. We need a metadatabase. That's just data, but to explain how the data are being recorded, because we can't really compare things. Universal standards. We need calibration. Avoid pseudo-replication. Now, that's going to be impossible unless we all cooperate. Remember Sesame Street? Cooperate. If we do that, we can avoid pseudo-replication. More life history specific applications. Resolving specific management problems are all things that we can improve upon. Now, I wanted to mention this. I know there's Florida guidelines, just not quite finished, but almost finished, are the practical guidelines for the Mediterranean Black Sea that I helped work on this past year. So that's all the European countries have signed on and to use this sort of a universal way in which they're going to approach all their reef studies. How much time do I have? Okay, great. And we need to establish a reef standard. Here's a neonatal, almost neonatal, Robert Turpin with his box of blocks. We used as an example of this some kind of a standard that you could put out. The reason we use cinder blocks is because when I travel the world, I measure cinder blocks, and believe it or not, they're almost all the same size. And so somebody anywhere can build a reef standard to which they can compare their reef and make something of that. We tried this, it fell apart, but I think we can make it better so that it lasts. But the concept is there, whether it's this type or something else, a reef standard that we can use to calibrate our reefs so that when we get results from a study in one place, we can say something about another reef that's been put down someplace else. And right now we can't do that. So the real problem we have are the twos. We have too many variables, too many conditions, too many treatments, too few replicates, and too many questions that we're trying to answer. So this is the difficulty that we face, and it hasn't changed. I sit on a lot of graduate student thesis committees and dissertation, and they're still doing it. 18 different reefs, 5 different places, 4 different sizes. You can't answer questions that way with the variation that we've got in this world. So one way to consider this is, after careful consideration of all 437 charts, graphs, and metrics, I've decided to throw up my hands, hit the liquor store, and get snockered. Who's with me? So that's a potential conclusion. However, I think a more reasonable one is to let's just bear down and keep going. There is a European guideline book that I mentioned coming out soon. There's a CARA scheduled, we think sometime maybe 2017, but I don't know the date yet. And there's a French meeting happening just in next week in Cannes, France. And that should be a good one, although as far as I know, Bill, did you get invited? Nobody else got invited, I know. Anyway, that's, I was going to say the last one was going to, so long and thanks for all the fish, but I don't have any more to say. Thanks.
We'll see if we do some questions at the end. For those of you that are interested, Steve will be sporting that tutu after the poster session tonight. So, all right. So to bring it down a little bit, next we've got Brooke Shipley Lozano from Texas Parks and Wildlife to give us the Gulf of Mexico perspective. And come on up.
Okay, hi. As Brian said, I'm Brooke Shipley Lozano. I'm taking Dale Shiley's place today. He couldn't be with us, so I'll be giving the presentation. Did it go? Have I broken it already? There we go. Okay, so just a real brief overview on, I'm going to start with Texas first, because that's what I know the best. But we have about 4,500 acres of permitted reef sites, including 72 total sites. We've got primarily rigs to reef, 143 platform donations, because that's what we have in Texas. We also have about another 25 platforms in progress, and we have an artificial reef fund that we use for liability as well as to run our entire program. The state of Texas, we don't get any money from them. We're actually totally inclusive from donations from the rigs to reefs. We also have various ships, tankers, concrete anchors, concrete culverts. We have a MARAD buoy, general miscellaneous objects as well. This is just a general location of where our reef sites are, all the red stars. Texas is an interesting ecosystem in that we have water depths from 35 feet to 350 feet, and we have 4 projects in line right now that are, I forgot, there it is, right in here, these 3 dots. Those are 3 platforms that are in 650 to 680 water depth that we'll be trying to include into our program. So we have a large variety of water depth, different substrates. We have clay, mud, sand. We have a little bit of scattered hard bottom, but that does impact how we can put material in and how we can monitor it and how the users can get to it. What we've done recently, though, is in 2013, we outsourced a survey to our anglers and boaters. At Parks and Wildlife, we have boating licenses as well as fishing licenses, so we utilize that database and sent out paper surveys. And the preliminary results are what I'm going to present. The final report should be out sometime this quarter. And we also have a dive survey in progress, similar concepts, that we can kind of find out what our user groups are doing and what they would like to move forward. Of those surveyed, the majority of the users, over 70% of the responses, were from the Galveston, Freeport, and Port Aransas regions. So basically, the very bare bones was that the majority of the users want to see reef material in the 1 to 10 mile distance offshore. That makes a lot of sense. In Texas, we have an open red snapper season. So as long as you're in state waters, you can fish red snapper year round. So that would be why they would want inshore reef sites. Also, when asked what kind of material they'd like to see, they want rig jackets and oil and gas structures. Unfortunately, we can't get those in the 1 to 10 foot or 1 to 10 mile area because we don't have the depth there. So that's one of our disconnects between our user groups and what we're able to do. They also want the larger ships to barges and all this small material here that they would like to have, you know, the concrete culverts and the quarry blocks. That's what we can put near shore, but that's not what they want. The larger question that really surprised me was, you know, are we doing what the users want? Are we actually getting the material? Are we actually getting what they need? And it turns out that we're not, because over half of the people surveyed didn't even know Texas had an artificial reef program. So that's not good. So obviously we have dropped the ball since I think the program started in '93 was our first monitoring survey. So, you know, 15 years, we've really kind of dropped the ball. Where we can do better is where we can kind of outreach into our users and try to, you know, figure out how to get the information out to them. We have a new updated website as well as a Facebook page, but perhaps we need to start looking into television ads or magazine placements or billboards. You know, the Artificial Reef Program just doesn't have anything like that. We used to have a pamphlet from like 1997. We've never had another pamphlet since. So perhaps it's time to, you know, try to outreach that way. And this is just an example of what our fancy new website looks like, as well as our Facebook page. This Facebook page started in January of 2013, I believe. And we only had about 200 hits at that time. We're up to over 2,000. Some of the stuff that helps the Facebook page get more people to it are things like reefing a ship. That was huge. We got like 700 hits in 2 days when we reefed the Quinta. The updated website, again, could use a little bit more work in that it is really nice. It has a lot of pretty pictures. It has a lot of good information. But what Texas doesn't have on there is we don't actually have an Excel file that they can download with the coordinates. We have an interactive Google map, so they can go to it, they can click on it, they can see the mesotext, the side scans, they can see pictures that we've taken there and actually see the coordinates, but it's not something downloadable that they can then put into their boat GPSs. So that's something that we probably need to work on as we go forward. So just a little bit about our separate programs. We have a nearshore and public reefing program, and these are the kind of materials that we do put in that. We have quite a number of the reef pyramids in some of our sites, as well as these concrete culverts that we get donated all the time. So they go out quite regularly. These are our nearshore sites. So everything that's in black is what we currently have permitted. So we feel like we're actually reaching our user groups really well in that every major port, there's a nearshore reef site within about 7-8 miles. What's in blue are the 3 new ones that are going out. While we felt like we were doing pretty well because we had some reef sites out here reaching the Sabine Pass area, they were on the other side of the state line. And so the users over there were kind of saying, you know, listen, we want something brought a little bit more in. So we're going to be creating 3 new reef sites. This will be the one in Galveston. And we actually found sand in Galveston. We're pretty happy about that. This will be the one in Port O'Connor. And it actually has 2 current platforms working in there. So we're just going to build around those platforms in hopes that when the time comes, we'll be able to talk to the company and say, you know, look, you're already sitting in a permitted reef site. Wouldn't it be nice if you just left them there? And then this will be the one that goes into Sabine. And we have a lot of issues trying to do some of these nearshore sites again, because our substrate is quite limited. We don't want to put something out there and then a year later find out that it's subsided because of the clay and the muck that it sits in. We also have a ships to reef program, and this usually reaches our divers. We have a lot of blue water that's unfortunately quite a distance out in the east part of Texas, and in the west part of Texas, it's actually reachable from a pretty close jump from the shore. This is the clipper that went out in the Brownsville area. This is the clipper, and this is the VA fog. So you can see that in the Galveston Freeport area, this is what you're going to see, which not many divers want to do this dive. In the west part, you're going to actually see some nice diving aspects. But we have quite a few ships. We have 12 Liberty ships. The VA fog actually sunk accidentally, so we just sort of permitted around it. We had some tugboats, and again, the MV Quinta. This is what just went in a couple of months ago, I believe. So this is a ship that Walter Marine put us in for us in the Corpus Christi area. And the Corpus Christi site is going to be quite interesting because this area here is all concrete culverts. This area here is all pyramids. And then the Quinta wound up right over here. So it'll be an interesting group where I'm kind of looking into wondering if we're going to have any user conflicts, because the culverts and the pyramids are going to probably be heavily fished, but the ship is going to be heavily dove, so that we'll have to see how that plays out as time goes on. Rigs to reefs, like I said, this is sort of the meat of our program. It is extremely diver friendly, but because a lot of these reef sites are so far out, we don't actually get many divers that go out there. You can see this is where the majority of our structures are for the Rigs to Reef program. The Flower Garden banks are right in here. From Texas, there's a single ship that runs out to the Flower Garden banks, one. We also don't have a good season for dive ships. Usually, we rent that dive boat from March through October, and we usually get this year we got 2 months that we could actually go out and work out there, just because the weather was so bad. So if you were a diver in Texas, you wouldn't want to dedicate a whole vacation to that and then have it canceled at the last minute. Oops, and there's my blue arrow saying it's right there. Sorry. So the oil and gas, like I said, this is primarily where we get the most of our material. However, we're getting fewer and fewer donations every year, most likely because the cost of steel has gone up. So people are bringing them in and scrapping them. The other thing is that whole idle iron thing that kind of happened to us. So you can see, like last year, we only had 3 donations, which is a problem for the program, because that means that we're going to have to figure out how to produce complex, stable habitat for the offshore sites. And again, you can see that the majority of our material is in this high island area, but this area is quite far offshore. I mean, you're talking about 100 miles. So again, the user groups, there's not a lot of fishermen that are going to get in their boat and spend $1,000 in gas to go out there and fish for 2 snapper. And where our fishermen are, they're right here. This is the Port Aransas area that the majority of our anglers and boaters are using, and we just don't have any oil and gas structure over there. By water depth, most fishermen seem to want to be in this area between 0 feet and 150 feet. And again, you can see we just don't have the material there that's the oil and gas material, because we can't keep it there due to the regulations. So we're going to really have to try to figure out how we can overcome some of these things. We've worked with the Coast Guard to get the cutoffs a little higher. We've worked with Corps of Engineers and some of the shrimpers to try to encompass a little bit more area so that we can try to help the fishermen out some. These are just some of the projects that we have ongoing. Like I said, these are some of the deep water sites we're working on south of that permitted area, and more projects. Because of Deepwater Horizon, we do have 3 projects underway with the NRDA and the Restore Act. They are primarily nearshore projects. There's 2 reef sites here, one just south of Freeport and one off of Matagorda. Again, Port Aransas is right in here where the Corpus area is. And the ship projects, we're trying to get a new ship to go offshore for the Galveston divers. And we're hoping that maybe that'll bring more dive charters and more activity into our area. And then again, if we can't get a ship, we'll do some more reefing at the Corpus Christi site for this project. If we wind up getting the ship, we'll still put material there. It just won't come from this money. The Matagorda area will cover that completely in some kind of pyramid format. And the Vancouver reef site, which is just south of Freeport, will finish reefing the area with some more of the pre-made pyramids. We have probably one of the more extensive monitoring programs, which is what I do for the program. So we have one of the more extensive monitoring programs of all of the Gulf states, as far as I can tell. We look at socioeconomics. You saw a few of the results from the boater and angler survey. Again, we have one diver survey that A&M Corpus Christi is doing for us. We also contract with UT Brownsville, A&M Corpus Christi, A&M Galveston to do our offshore biological monitoring. The Texas program is 3 people. So it's my boss, it's me, and we have a diving safety officer. So there's no way that we can go out and do 72 reef sites and really do extensive monitoring. So we have to contract out to our universities, and we're blessed to have them. We also work with the USGS to do some water quality survey work offshore and in some of our nearshore sites. And I will have a post rep, and I'm more than happy to talk about monitoring until the cows come home. So just holler at me. So just kind of talk to you, I guess, a little bit about some of the other Gulf states. The other Gulf states, they packed up and went home because I don't know why, they're wussies. But sorry. But this is just like a summary of what they've been doing lately. But it seems to be a trend where when you look at the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana states, what they seem to be doing is they seem to all be trying to permit inshore reef sites, which, to kind of help their nearshore fishermen, as well as doing some side scan and multi-beam sonar of their reef sites. So they're trying to figure out what material has been put there historically and trying to get some closer up reef sites for the nearshore fishermen to get to. So this is the Mississippi. And again, you can see they've just put some more material out close by, as well as they got a platform donation. They're doing some side scan. They're doing oyster restoration work. And Alabama's doing roughly the same. They're trying to permit a very large area inshore, as well as deploy these culverts and some oyster shell. So I guess with that, I'll take any questions if I have time, or you can holler at me later. Yes, sir.
We'll try to hold those to the end.
Okay.
We might have time for that one. So, thank you. All right, so switching coastlines, we're going to go at the Mid-Atlantic perspective, South and Mid-Atlantic from Eric Zlakowicz. Hopefully I got that close this time on that one. Forward, backwards, laser.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks for pronouncing my name right. It's good. Appreciate it. I'm just going to give an overview of the South and Mid-Atlantic regions, why we're building reefs, where we're building reefs, and some materials and different things along that nature. My name is Eric Slokowitz from Maryland DNR and also the Maryland Artificial Reef Initiative. Dr. Bob Mator from South Carolina also contributed some items to the talk, and he was originally supposed to do the talk. And I'm going to do it and also add in a little bit of a Chesapeake Bay northern angle to the talk. Talk about a range of materials that we use here. Generally, over the last 5 to 10 years, the most active states for artificial reef construction have been from New Jersey south to Georgia. There's also historically been some reef building activity in New England, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. And then also in New York. New York had an active program for years, but recently, generally, there is less activity north of New Jersey. The reefs are located in offshore waters out to 30 or more miles out, also in nearshore state waters, and also in bays and estuaries and the sounds. Chesapeake Bay in Maryland and Virginia and the North Carolina sounds. Also, I wanted to mention, and I'll talk about this near the end of the presentation, most of the shallow water projects now have a heavy emphasis on oysters, but I also like to say that we build multi-purpose or hybrid reefs in shallow waters for both fish and oysters. For the materials, this is pretty much, most folks in this room are familiar with this. In the deeper waters, we're using still hull ships, barges, still some use of military vehicles. South Carolina was deploying tanks and troop carriers up until about a year ago. Concrete blocks, pipes. And more near shore, we go a little bit more low profile with smaller reef balls, recycled concrete, rubble, slabs, and some smaller vessels. Historically, we even deployed some small vessels in Chesapeake Bay. Barges and a couple of ferro cement sailboats, actually. Let's see. And then for the more oyster-related projects, we use the low-profile reef balls. We also build oyster reef base out of crushed granite and limestone. In my region, in Maryland, granite is a lot easier to get than limestone, and it's cheaper. We get it from the fall line around the mouth of the Susquehanna River, and there is a large rock quarry there where we can actually barge it down the river from the Susquehanna Flats area and down into the bay. So we tend to use granite, and in the more southern regions, in the Carolinas, they historically used more limestone. Okay, I'm going to talk about the larger ships and barges. The best example in the last 5 years or so would be the USS Radford, which was a tri-state project with New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. Tim Mullane of American Marine sank the vessel, and the vessel was about 563 feet overall and has about 50 to 60 feet of vertical profile while it's sitting on the bottom. It's 30 miles offshore and roughly equidistant between Cape May, New Jersey, Lewis, Delaware, and Ocean City, Maryland. So we have basically head boats, charter boats, and dive vessels from 3 different states using this one reef. We had sea bass reported within weeks of the sinking. They're always the first fish to get to the reef usually. We even had a stray barracuda noted in the first or second summer after it was sunk. Had some reports of pelagics and some reports of cod now, cod fishery that's developing in the winter. Just for geography here, at the northern end, we have Cape May, New Jersey, Lewis, Delaware right here in this region. This is the mouth of the Delaware Bay. Ocean City, Maryland is down here. Here's the reef site. This is what we call the inshore Del Jersey Land Reef Site in 120 feet of water. And here is this offshore site is still undeveloped. This was basically built for aircraft carriers. We had an idea to try to get an aircraft carrier out here, but it's still undeveloped at this point. So that's the layout there. This is the ship before preparation at the Philadelphia Navy Yard, and then sink day in August 2011. Okay, this is a really neat project from Bob Mator in South Carolina, and I'm calling it the Vertically Enhanced Barge Sinking Project. So what we have is basically an old barge with a variety of different steel materials welded onto the barge in different configurations. Shipping containers, cranes, and portions of old towers. And as you can see, this has extremely high. And this was actually designed to be sunk in what they have in South Carolina is a Type 2 MPA, which allows midwater and surface fishing, but does not allow bottom fishing. So it's not a no-take zone, but it restricts where you can fish. It's designed for these fish that are cruising higher in the water column over a more highly elevated structure. And very quickly after this vessel was sunk, amberjack were showing up on the reefs. There's some amberjack in there, and it'll be interesting to see, since it was just sunk in this past year, it'll be interesting to see what sort of pelagics are caught here, billfish, tuna, and that sort of thing. Okay, Keith asked me to give a little update on the subway car reefs, and you're all really nice people down here in Florida, but it seems like every time I come down to Florida, there's some well-tanned biologist in a fancy Hawaiian shirt saying, "Hey, how are those subway cars doing up there?" And if you know anything, and then I give my kind of cringe a little bit. If you heard, we've had a few issues. I cringe a little bit, and then I give a report and I go get a beer. So, all right. So I'm going to go ahead and give my token update on the subway car reefs, and it's not all bad, which is what I'm going to talk about here. So in 2006, New York City Transit Authority reached out to all the East Coast reef coordinators from New York to Georgia, and they had about 1,600 stainless steel subway cars, and they basically needed to get rid of them ASAP. And they were looking at different ways of getting rid of these subway cars. This was basically Mike Zacchia from the city of New York consulting with the state reef coordinators. So a lot of folks were quite excited about these subway cars. Now, these are the stainless steel subway cars, the more recent generation of subway cars. Delaware had already had great success with a heavier carbon steel subway car known as the Redbird cars, which are still excellent fishing areas for tautog, summer flounder, sea bass, and other species. So when the second round of cars came around, we said, yeah, great, we'll take them. And almost every state from New Jersey down to Georgia was interested. It was a Type 301 or 302 stainless steel. US EPA estimated that the cars could last roughly 30 years and might even be more durable than the Redbird cars. So New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, South Carolina, and Georgia accepted some portion of the cars. They all accepted some batches from New York City. Now, this is just for geography. These are the sites from southern New Jersey, the Atlantic City Reef, down to Tower Reef in Virginia. And these are the sites in the upper mid-Atlantic where some subway cars were taken or were deployed. The red lines are just indicate the drift. The prevailing currents are usually, if there is a material that is going to move, it's going to be in that southwesterly direction. But don't panic. The subway cars did not wash up on the beaches. I'm just saying that if materials move, they tend to move in that direction. So here's a summary of some of the number of cars that were deployed. Okay, so shortly after the reefs were deployed, I would say 6 months to a year, we started getting reports of debris being picked up in commercial fishing nets. And it was the majority of it, this is mainly in Maryland, but also a little bit in southern New Jersey. The majority of the debris was being caught by draggers. But the reports were saying, well, we think some of this stuff is 10 to 15 miles from the reef site, but we can never really get good, reliable coordinates. And the fishermen were doing very long tows. We think sometimes right up along the edges of the reef, and we don't know exactly where they were picking up material. So that was an issue for a while. Some of the dragger captains actually were recycling the metal at a scrapyard near Ocean City. So they were actually making money on this subway car harvesting thing that they had going. But I can tell you that the number of reports of debris did drop off to near zero. And basically, there's been no reports in the last 8 months or so of additional debris. In fact, it's been actually more closer to a year, and I haven't received any reports. And at the same time, party boats continue to anchor on the cars that are there. They're just collapsed downward, and they're not fully intact, but sort of collapsed downward. And they're catching summer flounder. A whole new flounder fishery is developed. Sea bass, tog, and bluefish and scup are also observed there. So this is some of the damage shortly after deployment. And again, they may have been struck by gear, by doors from draggers, or by some other commercial fishing gear. We're not really sure, or it could be from storms. We were hit by multiple nor'easters and Hurricane Sandy in the last few years. There's been quite a bit of storm activity, which may have caused some of this damage. This is how some of the cars look on side scan. Some portion of the car intact. This part collapsed. The bases and end caps tend to be the most stable, and that's where guys are still catching a lot of fish and divers are observing fish. So on a positive note, this is basically a school of fish over the remains of a subway car reef. And we really have impressive numbers of black sea bass. We have flounder around the edges, flounder sometimes swimming across the top of the reef, and also hovering, schooling up higher in the water column, we have bluefish. And we have multiple reports of anglers hooking sea bass and then getting their sea bass chopped in half by big bluefish on the way up during the fall. Usually during the fall season is when this is all really happening. So they definitely are providing a benefit to the local fishing for hire charter party fleet. They are acting as fish habitat. And here is a view of sea bass swimming in and out of the open side of subway car shell. Okay, Okay, I just wanted to touch base, touch on oysters a little bit in the shallower waters in the Chesapeake Bay. This is the old story of when John Smith came up the bay in the 1600s. Oyster reefs were massive. They came up above the surface of the water and were navigational hazards. And now we have just remnant oyster reefs and basically a steady drop in harvest since the early 1900s. So we now have two schools of thinking on oyster reef construction in the bay, and it hasn't been fully resolved. But the traditional method, which is really what we're still doing right now, is to lay down a base of shell or maybe small stone, crushed granite that we in Maryland and in limestone in other areas, and do sort of a large reef, but not a high profile reef, a low profile reef. And these are the water cannons that are used in portions of the Chesapeake Bay to blast the shell into the water over the reef site. And then over the top of that, we deploy spat on shell. These are spat on shell in bags to spark the growth on the reef. That's the traditional way, and that's the way the big oyster reef projects are being done. Now, folks on my advisory committee, my artificial reef committee, folks from Chesapeake Bay Foundation and CCA and other groups really want to try more of these experimental high profile reefs. And we have started doing that. And that would be either with these large rocks and boulders. That steel grapple there is actually 15 feet tall. From the bottom of the hooks here to the top, that's a 15-foot tall grapple. So this is large rock right here that we deployed on a reef off Love Point, a multi-purpose fish and oyster reef. And reef balls, we've been working with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation for about at least 7 or 8 years on these reef ball projects. In addition to just planting your standard reef balls, we can also place these reef balls in tanks and set oyster spat on the tanks, which is about a 2-week process. And then from there, we can then take the spat set reef balls out to the reef site. All you have to do is just kind of keep a deck hose on them and keep the reef balls wet in the couple hours that it takes to get from our tanks to the reef site. And we see growth. You know, the oysters do survive. You get some mortality, but you do get survivors that continue to grow on the reef ball, and then you get natural set on top of that. So this is sort of the outside the box thinking with the larger material for oyster reefs. And regulations, real quick, Delaware is working on special management zones and Virginia has some regulations. The MPAs that I mentioned in South Carolina and smaller state programs have some struggles with monitoring. We depend on volunteer angling and diving surveys. And a few closing thoughts. We're continuing with, we will never have rigs to reefs in the mid-Atlantic, but we have actually used a dam, concrete from a small dam in the Patapsco River to build a reef, and we may have wind towers functioning as artificial reefs. So, and I would say just some of the challenges would just be coordinating with other user groups in crowded areas in the bay where we don't have a lot of space to work, and permit renewals, which gets more difficult, in my opinion, with every passing year. So with that, that's it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Eric. All right, finally, from a Florida perspective, we're going to have John Dodrell with Florida Fish and Wildlife. And John, come on up. Just remember, you're the last thing between these people and their first break. So on that one. Forward, backward, the laser pointer, and I'll give you a 10, 5, 1, and when I start throwing stuff at you.
All righty. Well, this is a state artificial reef program manager's perspective on artificial reef status, trends, and management issues in Florida from 2010 to 2015. In this presentation, I'm going to briefly touch upon the current status of the FWC Artificial Reef Program, which is located in Tallahassee within the Division of Marine Fisheries Management. I'll note some selective statewide trends, at least in my opinion, in reef activities, review steps related to artificial reef planning, siting, and construction, and as related to best management practices, and also to discuss the importance of reef monitoring and research with some examples. Start that again. Okay, basically for those of you who are unfamiliar with the state program, we have 3 people. Myself, the biological administrator, Keith Milley, a 13-year veteran, and another biologist position recently vacated by Bill Horn, who was a 22-year veteran and is retired after 35 years of exemplary service with the state of Florida. From 2010 to 2014, the State Artificial Reef Program annually was funded with non-reoccurring appropriations from the state legislature of $500,000 to be used as spending authority when applying for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service federal aid and sport fish restoration funds. As a match to that federal money, we've been getting annually $300,000 in sport fish restoration or sport fish fishing license revenue as a match. And then in 2013 and 2014, we had a one-time $500,000 addition from the legislature to focus on artificial reef construction. This is very important. The FWC program continues to rely heavily on important and longstanding partnerships with Florida Sea Grant, coastal local governments, state universities, reef-associated nonprofit organizations, regulatory agencies, and volunteers. Nonprofit organizations like the Organization for Artificial Reefs, or who's a sponsor, the Mexico Beach Artificial Reef Association, AMBERA, and Think It, Sink It, Reef It, TISRI, and various engineering and consulting firms continue to provide assistance to coastal counties lacking their own resources to fully plan, oversee artificial reef deployments, and conduct follow-up monitoring. These trends are just selected trends, and from my perspective, I've noticed a modest increase in the number of memorial reefs that have been integrated into county reef programs in areas like Miami-Dade, Sarasota, City of Carabel, City of Mexico Beach, Escambia County, Martin County, Palm Beach County, and elsewhere. And these reefs may include cremated remains embedded in the module with a commemorative plaque, but they also may be merely donations of reef modules to honor an individual, either living or dead. And they may range from a 450-pound module all the way up to a 220-foot coastal freighter that a fellow donated on behalf of his daughter, who was a healthy teenager, but just an appreciation of her. Lionfish. We're going to hear more about this. Despite the observation of lionfish off the Florida East Coast in 1985, lionfish did not begin appearing in numbers until 2009 in the Florida Keys and 2010 in the Northern Gulf. As many as 150 lionfish have been reported speared at a single artificial reef structure in the Northern Gulf. We've got some of the top spear fishermen probably in the audience. Not long ago, there was a tournament off Pensacola that in a day and a half, with a handful of divers, brought in 2,400 lionfish. Similar tournaments sponsored by the Reef Environmental Education Foundation and others around the state have harvested thousands of lionfish. FWC modified regulations so there is no bag limit. Commercial harvest is encouraged. Marketing as a high-end food item is being supported. And we've also relaxed spearfishing requirements in some previously areas closed to spearfishing. FWC has redoubled outreach efforts and hired an employee, Megan Folletti, who's here today, who yesterday hosted a day-long meeting here in the hotel to coordinate future lionfish derbies. And they're very interested in hooking up with county reef coordinators to further facilitate that effort. The high density of lionfish on modular reefs at depths beyond 100 feet in the Northern Gulf may have management implications to future artificial reef design and placement. Goliath grouper, again, just another observed trend. There's been just a successful ongoing recovery of historically overfished Goliath grouper protected in state and federal waters since 1990. In a number of cases, based on the work of Angela Collins at FWRI and others, there has been a selective preference of Goliath grouper for larger structures where overhangs and accessible darker interiors and where current modification occurs. Midwater locations at night over artificial reef vessels and shipwrecks have been shown by Chris Koenig of FSU and others to be important Goliath grouper spawning activity sites where dozens of Goliath grouper may seasonally aggregate. Ongoing recovery of Goliath grouper, particularly around artificial reefs, has generated conflict with hook and line fishermen, spear fishermen, who are losing terminal gear and their fish to Goliath grouper. And this is a group that normally feeds on macroinvertebrates and non-recreationally important fish. But these grouper like sharks, barracuda, and bottlenose dolphin opportunistically take advantage of readily available prey. Some stakeholders want a harvest season for Goliath. Passive viewing scuba divers believe they have greater value as an ecotourism source of revenue. So there's a stock assessment activity that's currently ongoing. But again, this is a resource management issue that's directly related to artificial reefs. The 520-foot missile tracking ship Hoyt Vandenberg, prepared and sunk off Key West in May 2009 at a cost of $8.4 million, was the last large military vessel sunk in Florida. As you saw from Eric's presentation, the guided missile destroyer Arthur Radford sunk in a joint tri-state project off New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland in 2011 was in fact the last large military vessel sunk nationally. Since then, the Maritime Administration and the Navy have not made large military vessels available for artificial reefing, despite repeated requests from Gulf and Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and individual states. Apparently, because of high scrap value, these vessels are all going for scrap recycling. So in response, coastal local governments are turning to smaller vessels, including barges, tugs, and small coastal freighters, and utilizing them instead. In the last 5 years, I've noticed some interesting reef innovations in terms of marketing. There have been some great county artificial reef websites that have gotten upgraded. There are high quality artificial reef brochures out there at the county level. And there have been some interesting projects that have really raised a lot of awareness through the media. One of my favorites done in Lee County with Mohawk and in the Keys with the Vandenberg was a placement by a German photographer of a underwater photograph of the ship with topside pictures of people involved in different activities superimposed on the underwater scene. And those were lined up along the side of the ship, and divers would go down. It was like visiting an underwater art gallery. Then the pictures would be pulled, dried out, and then put in a terrestrial art gallery a little bit later. So that generated a lot of interest. And there's also, as was reported in the Gulf in the Gulf presentation, a trend towards shifting artificial reef development into state waters, and also with the permits accompanying them, and the permits being of a little bit smaller size. And in some situations, this appears to be taking advantage of the disparity between federal regulations relating to red snapper and those more lenient regulations that the states have passed. Other reasons for having reefs in shallower water would be access by kayak fishermen, small boats, interest in snorkel reefs, and helping beginning divers. Hurricanes. I think this is an interesting trend, or non-trend, but I think it's going to be significant here in the future. The last hurricane to hit Florida directly was Hurricane Wilma in 2005. Since then, 61 hurricanes have bypassed Florida. So Florida has managed to escape a direct hurricane strike for 9 seasons straight. Future hurricanes predicted to be stronger may have implications for artificial reefs being constructed in shallower state waters. Another event, a couple events I just want to mention. Collier County in Southwest Florida is already launching a 37 reef location project billed as the largest in Southwest Florida using British petroleum funding aimed at boosting tourism. Northwest Florida has been undertaking planning for receipt of an $11.4 million regional artificial reef award from BP under the Natural Resource Damage Assessment Phase 3 funds. And this is to construct up to 4,000 to 5,000 reef modular units in state waters across 37 permitted sites. And the project is intended to mitigate for lost use of the beach and aquatic resources, boating, fishing, and diving during the time of the 2010 Deepwater Horizon event, the spill. I want to just bring up one example. There seem to me to be geographic differences in political and cultural attitudes related to both legal and illegal artificial reefs in Florida. As an example, in the Florida Keys, there's been no active artificial reef development since 2009 when the Vandenberg was sunk. In the Keys, with the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, the focus, understandably, is on coral reef conservation and recovery. Northwest Florida, in contrast, has hard bottom structure that is much more limited. In South Florida, the powerful lobster trap fishery, operating a $50 million industry, deploying hundreds of thousands of traps, harvesting most of the legal-sized lobster population annually, and shipping an increasing volume of lobsters live to China. They're opposing all efforts to have a lobster casita program declared legal and regulated. Casitas, Spanish for little house, these are low relief, what I call artificial reefs, designed to attract lobsters. Of course, they also attract other smaller fish. Currently, lobster casitas are illegal to place and illegal to harvest lobsters on. The sanctuary, under the Lacey Act, has levied thousands of dollars of fines against illegal casita builders and divers on casitas. They've confiscated property and equipment, and they've made an aggressive effort to remove casitas as they are found. Our agency is elected not to pursue any course of action that would legalize casitas, citing that the regulatory process would be too complex and operate in opposition to the sanctuary policy of casita removal. Meanwhile, up in Northwest Florida, increasing side scan sonar efforts to map what little hard bottom is up there is picking up what we call chicken transport units that have been privately deployed miles away from permitted sites. And just a couple months ago, Keith Milley and I were in St. Andrews Bay diving in 12 to 17 feet of water, and we saw barrels, tires, washing machines, bicycle, a bed frame, a trailer, a boat trailer, lots of unidentified stuff. And basically, we were told to look the other way on that for now. They said it's a cultural thing. Well, I disagree with that, but you see, I mean, just going around the state, just to, understand there are cultural differences when it comes to artificial reefs. In 2001, an important management document was produced by the Southeast Florida Coral Reef Initiative, and this is the guidelines and management practices for artificial reef siting, usage, construction, and anchoring in Southeast Florida. And that was a 2-year interdisciplinary effort by county reef coordinators, state and federal regulators, Sea Grant personnel, and University of Florida staff. And as Keith mentioned, these figures have come from that document. And I'm just going to briefly go through again. What are we, when we're looking at artificial reefs, there are a number of things that have to be considered. And that's the first is the concept. And that starts with initial brainstorming to judge project soundness. Is the concept of the reef valid and realistic? Is a legitimate interest even expressing the concept? And that's got to be consideration of the ecosystem. How's this new artificial reef structure going to interface with the natural environment at all scales of landscape? How are the artificial reef and existing ecosystems going to interact? How will the ecosystem respond to the reef? And then critical is objectives. Who, why, what? Why are we building this reef? What is the specific objective? Who's going to use the reef and how? What are the expected biological, physical, economic, social, and political outcomes of the reef? Can the expected outcomes be measured? Very important. Then you've got planning, the approach for turning the concept into reality. Who is the overall planner? What are the qualifications of the architect? What is the timetable for the project? And then moving into design. Reef design is basically the technical specifications of the reef is dictated by its purposes. And then finally, evaluation is the sixth item. In Florida, there are now over 2,900 public artificial reefs in place in state and federal waters at depths ranging from 12 to 400 feet. But as many as 20 to 25% of these reefs have not been recently ground truthed to assess location or condition, including whether they even still exist. For an even greater percentage of artificial reefs, monitoring evaluation resources have either not been leveraged or made available to measure the reef's objectives for which they were originally created. Or monitoring was conducted in such a manner that could not effectively measure the success of one or more of the stated objectives of the artificial reef. The theme of the summit is navigating expectations and charting objectives. My question and concern is, are we all ahead full rudder with great expectations in the face of poorly framed, vague objectives and no means or will to measure them? And are we able to perform a course correction if necessary? There's a resource allocation tension between artificial reef research, long-term monitoring funding needs, versus the desire to pour all artificial reef resources into putting more reefs in the water. As it is, almost 80% of artificial reef funding available the last 2 years to the FWC program will have gone into reef construction due to legislative constraints. Few counties presently have internal resources and manpower or well-organized county volunteer groups to consistently conduct monitoring and evaluation of artificial reefs at a rate that keeps pace with reef development. The FWC Artificial Reef Program staff, just three of us, has been able to do little more annually than spot check 35 to 40 artificial reefs a year at depths of 130 feet or less. And Bill Horn will be speaking later to discuss that FWC efforts. In some cases, and I very much appreciate this, citizen scientists have actually stepped in and voluntarily provided our office with much appreciated detailed video and written reports of their observations. However, some stakeholders have voiced expectations that follow-up monitoring or formal research to increase the capacity to provide the best available science for use by reef managers is not needed. I hear the following conveyed to me by some stakeholders, and I'm not taking offense to this, but this is a stakeholder point of view. And the point of view is everyone knows that artificial reefs work. So why waste money monitoring them or doing socioeconomic reef benefit studies? And we'll have one of those later on this summit. Basically, more reefs mean more fish. Build it and they will come. But it's like a visitor, like relatives coming to the house. Yeah, they're going to come, but how many are there? What are they going to do? You know, what's going to happen to them? Okay, I've only got a minute left, and I had some more left, but I'm skipping ahead here. The term best available science. I found what I thought was a good definition of best available science, and that's science that maximizes the quality, objectivity, and integrity of information, including statistical information, uses peer-reviewed and publicly available data, and clearly documents and communicates risks and uncertainties for such projects. And we've got some and I think from our perspective, it's very important that we continue funding, monitoring, and research projects, at least through our agency. And we've got a number of them here coming up that will be discussed that have been FWC funded tomorrow and the next day. So please stick around. I think these will be some very informative talks. And in conclusion, if a reef manager focuses on the use of best available science, and he recognizes the importance of scientific research, and he adheres to best management practices in the implementation of his or her artificial reef program, and recognizes the importance of clear objectives with the ability to measure them, then ideally the result will be in the words of this recently observed bumper sticker I saw: if anything can go right, it will. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Guys, with that, we're actually right on time. So I would say, let's if you do have questions, please reach out to our speakers. And again, thank you from Steve from the International all the way down to the Florida. So a couple of things, guys. Outside we do have refreshments and sodas. About 3 o'clock, we've got besides showing our sponsors throughout our breaks, we will be showing video clips of reef projects from around the state. I believe the first one's going to be from up in northeast of Jacksonville area, the Spike project. So that'll be around 3 o'clock. We'll start showing that. And around 3:05, I'll start announcing the door prizes. And if you remember, you need to be in the room. So guys, stand up, take a break. Don't forget, restrooms are out here to our left. And thank you.
This was the sheet from this morning, so yeah, you had it. It's fine. To be honest, part of this is because I do. Did you get my message back? No. That's why I was asking for material. So there's the SISMA meeting next week, and then there's that coastal forum, and that was kind of a last minute thing. So
I went to the website that was in the email, and I just didn't see anything on it. So
it's not very organized. It is. Although, I've been doing a lot. Like I just gave a talk to Audubon, and I'm basically pulling off, materials from the lionfish workshop and reef. I mean, I'm using a lot of last stuff. I'm using a lot of stuff Sea Grant's produced. So anything new, like actually, I'd love to pick your brain about the Ranger, because I'd love to convey, especially at the SISMA thing. So yeah, that's why I was asking if you had additional resources and that was, okay. Well, the other thing, sorry.
Is he with a mic?
Okay.
That's on.
Well, enjoy. They're even doing a workshop.
So that's what happened
next
tomorrow.
Tuesday. It's a fisheries regulations workshop that we target to park rangers, basically people who interact with anglers who have questions. And so I always just give a very general, like, these are the rules that have changed since last year. Here's what's coming down the pipe. And so I
It's funny because one of the most common questions I get is, why would you sink a ship? Why would you take a perfectly good floating vessel and sink it? To best describe that, I want to elaborate on a story based on a tugboat called the Spike. The Spike is an 80-foot long, 35 feet tall, retired Coast Guard vessel. And in 2009, the community of Jacksonville, Florida decided to clean this vessel up, take it offshore to create an artificial reef. Now, to do this, the vessel had to be cleaned to a state that would be environmental friendly. And basically, we know metal works well for artificial reefs. So we wanted to take everything that was basically non-metal off the ship to create this artificial reef. The vessel was then towed offshore about 28 miles from the main port jetties and sank to the ocean floor about 110 feet below. This summer is the 5th year anniversary since the Spike's sinking, and it's an amazing underwater habitat already. It's actually often described as an underwater oasis. It's this mecca of marine life. You have fish everywhere. I mean, there's actually so much fish on this boat that we as divers can't often see the structure because there's so many fish around it. There's fish inside, outside, everywhere. I mean, anything from little bait fish to giant game fish, things like amberjack, grouper, snapper, all the way down to the little guys like tropical, colorful fish. It's a pretty amazing thing that we could have brought this pretty much useless piece of metal offshore, strategically placing it in the area that we wanted and allowing time to go by and let Mother Nature do its thing. And today, this piece of metal is now this thriving habitat that not only benefits the environment, but is now this offshore destination providing recreation for scuba divers, fishermen, and just environmental enthusiasts. And all this was done by taking a piece of recycled metal, in this case a ship, and placing it strategically offshore. And what I like to think is that by showing you these underwater images, that it kind of answers that question in itself back to where we started. So why would you sink a ship? Well, this is why. It's funny because one of the most common questions I get is, why would you sink a ship? Why would you take a perfectly good floating vessel and sink it? To best describe that, I want to elaborate on a story based on a tugboat called the Spike. The Spike is an 80-foot long, 35 feet tall, retired Coast Guard vessel. And in 2009, the community of Jacksonville, Florida decided to clean this vessel up, take it offshore to create an artificial reef. Now, to do this, the vessel had to be cleaned to a state that would be environmental friendly. And basically, we know metal works well for artificial reefs. So we wanted to take everything that was basically non-metal off the ship to create this artificial reef. The vessel was then towed offshore about 28 miles from the main port jetties and sank to the ocean floor about 110 feet below. This summer is the 5th year anniversary since the Spike's sinking, and it's an amazing underwater habitat already. It's actually often described as an underwater oasis. It's this mecca of marine life. You have fish everywhere. I mean, there's actually so much fish on this boat that we as divers can't.
Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and start doing door prizes so we can start getting people inside the room.
Outside,
hopefully the names I call, people are already in here. I'll call them out twice, and hope if you don't come up, you'll get another opportunity on that one. Okay, I'll do that. If you were real quick too, if you were one of the county reef coordinators that are giving one of your regional talks, if we could get you to sit up front, that would be great. Thank you. All right, Winnie Turney. Do we have Winnie in the room? Going once, going twice. Bye, Winnie. Woo. Bill Seaman. Rigged. Bill Seaman in the room. Oh, this is always going to be a fun process on this one. All right, we'll do that. Alex Fogg. Alex, you up there? All right. Ooh, Winnie. You were just called. So we got Eternal Reef shirt, hat, and a reef ball because that's what we all need. Alex, we got Reef Innovation shirt, hat, and another reef ball. All right. Brendan Biggs. We have Brendan Biggs, DP. All right. Is it Jim Keel? Jim? All right. That we got another Eternal Reef shirt, hat, and reef ball. Rebecca Ross. Rebecca, woohoo! All right. This is the Guy Harvey little gift bag with a nice Santiago's Finest Hour, a Guy Harvey vanity plate. All right. So that was our first round of door prizes. Again, I'll do one right before we leave for tonight. And again, we'll do one every break as well on that one. And again, if you are on the panel for the regional perspectives, if you could make your way up front, that way we'll get started here very shortly. Jeff Wallet, I know, is definitely here.
Okay, we got the first one. Yeah, you can go. You could switch to Joe Nolan's talk. Yeah. Okay, everybody. So we're moving now to the Florida County Artificial Reef Perspectives, and we've selected 6 representatives from around our great state to represent different regions of the state. And I thank each of you for representing your regions. Each one of these individuals are sitting up front here, and they're representing the respective counties underneath their region. You will see in the packet that you received this morning a kind of a map with the number of deployments per county. So this is just some basic information that was culled together. In the final proceedings, we're going to go into a little more detail, kind of talking about some of those specific deployments. We've asked each one of these speakers to kind of give an overview of deployments and activities over the last 5 years. We've also asked them to think about the guiding questions, and they've each prepared a presentation kind of talking about those guiding questions and how it relates to their region. So first, I would like to introduce Mr. Joe Nolan from Volusia County, the Director of the Port Authority. Correct? Yes. Okay, close enough. Joe Nolan, thank you. And each speaker will have 15 minutes to speak. So I'll start.
The guiding questions that I've been thinking about all my life. All right. Thank you for this opportunity to be here today. Thank you, Keith and Robert Turpin. Thank you, gentlemen, for allowing me this opportunity to give you an update on Northeast Florida. I'm Joe Nolan, County of Volusia Coastal Division Director. I'm also the Inlet and Port District Manager. The Volusia County is where Daytona Beach is, for those of you who need some geographic orientation. And at this point, I want to thank my colleagues in Northeast Florida and my counterparts in the 5 counties of Northeast Florida. And if you would stand up when I call your name, not everybody's here, but Nan Voigt, Director of City of Fernandina Beach Parks and Recreation. Nan, I know you're here. Oh, there you go. All right. Thank you very much, Nan, for your input on this presentation, and I hope I represent your community well. Nan is the director of the Parks and Recreation Department for the city of Fernandina Beach. Jody McDaniel, city planner for the city of Jacksonville. I don't think Jody could make it. Joe Kistel, executive director of the Tessiri organization, which is a private organization that supports artificial reef construction and development in Jacksonville. Amy Kennedy, project engineer for the Flagler County Engineering Department. Okay. Will Smith, director of St. Johns County Parks and Recreation. I don't think Will was going to make it either. Thank you, but I wanted to make sure I recognize those folks in Northeast Florida that assisted me in putting this together and for their good work in building artificial reefs in the Northeast Florida region. You can see it's a diverse group of government officials from a variety of government roles, and that's interesting, I think, statewide. That different communities fund and operate these programs under various groups. I'm with the Public Works Division in Volusia County, but others are with Parks and Rec and so forth. All right. The Northeast Florida region is depicted on this chart and or this slide and gives you a look at the state. It's the 5 counties in the northeast corner. Duval County is actually now the city of Jacksonville. So those two are synonymous. When I say Duval, it's city of Jacksonville and vice versa. I cut off everything west of Jefferson County because we consider that Alabama. So, some of us consider, I'm joking. That's a joke. No, I just couldn't fit it. But I've also depicted some of the species, more popular species that we routinely harvest or catch or chase on the artificial reefs offshore the Northeast Florida region, and that's genuine red snapper, cobia, and kingfish. And I'll go ahead and just settle it now. We catch the biggest genuine red snapper, cobia, and kingfish off the Northeast Florida region, so I'll just put that to rest for the whole dadgum week. We're not going there. Anyway, Keith and Rob asked us to look at some ideas about or some themes, if you will, the guiding questions about, and we've listed each on these various slides. And in this case, the natural ecosystem off the Northeast Florida coast is very similar to Gray's Reef National Marine Sanctuary. So I always refer people to that when they ask me, what's the natural ledge or what's the seafloor like off of Northeast Florida or off Volusia County or Duval? And I tell them, go to Gray's Reef website and that'll give you a good idea of the way, the lay of the land on the nearshore continental shelf. It's basically broad areas of barren, sandy seafloor, punctuated occasionally with live bottom ledge, sandstone and limestone. And on that ledge, of course, you get an incredible amount of encrusting marine biofouling organisms that turn it into a reef. And then you get all kinds of fish, shrimp, and crabs and larger fishes that humans chase living on these live bottom areas. So I would direct you to the Gray's Reef area for that for an idea of what the lay of the land looks like on the shelf offshore Northeast Florida. We have 309, according to the state site list file, 309 artificial reefs in the Northeast Florida region, and they're generally anywhere from 5 to 35 miles offshore in about 60 to 150 feet of water. They're very popular locations with the fishing and diving and charter fishing community, particularly off Daytona. We have a strong charter industry, and these folks have turned this into a half-day charter deal or closer to shore sites for kingfish all summer long. And they can sometimes run up to 3 trips in a single day, 3 different charters at $600 to $800 a shot, and have a good quality fishing experience for some of our visitors and residents that might want to go deep sea fishing. So it's been a very popular program with that particular group, but along with recreational anglers as well. Regarding the interaction of artificial reefs in the ecosystem, I'm not sure I can go too far down the road on that one. I'm not a biologist or an ecologist by any means. I'm more of a government manager type, but I do fish and dive and so forth. And this is just a chart depicting the locations of the Volusia County artificial reef construction areas, which are about a mile square each. And then these green areas are natural live bottom ledge. And I reckon it probably mirrors the old relic Florida shoreline, in between ice ages out there, is why this natural live bottom material exists here, these ledges. And our reefs are inshore in the sandy area where there's very little live bottom reef already. Now I know right after we put these in the water, immediately within 4 or 5 days, we'll get black sea bass or even genuine red snapper migrating over, I think, from some of these natural ledges to check out this new structure, right, and figure out what's going on. And plus there's a bunch of cigar minnows that have moved into it right away. Within hours, actually, we'll start to colonize these. So they come over for food too. As far as the overall interaction or how it functions in this larger shelf system, however many square miles this is, I think I would say this. I think what we're doing is we're increasing carrying capacity for reef species. Because if there was no ledge there to begin with, and now we've created ledge, there can be over a period of maturity, period of time when the reef becomes a mature living structure, we now are providing spawning locations or habitation sites for these species that live in this area. So I would say I've come back to this many times, thinking about this, the ecological implications and the habitat implications, and I've just landed on this idea that we're increasing the carrying capacity, and in so doing, that's a good thing. Let's see, as far as stakeholders and primary users, again, fishing, charter fishing and diving, community recreational and commercial, and we also like to, our elected officials in Volusia particularly like to. They feel that it supports the marine industry in general, right? Boating, all kinds of boating, fishing, and so forth. Because these features are out there, whether they're used by an individual boater or not, it's something the boater could make a choice to use. So it supports the regional marine industry and boating and fishing and diving industry. As far as, whoops, I think did I skip one or not? The purposes are pretty straightforward: to create marine habitat where none currently exist on the nearshore continental shelf, make it easy to get to. Our reefs are built a little bit closer into shore than some of the natural ledges, and support the industry. And this is just a quick look, or very quickly, this is a look at some low-cost side scan imaging that we did on a particularly calm day, where you can see fish in the water column here on this view, and then a bait fish over the culvert pile, and this is your side scan view, and there's the school of amberjack over the reef, and there's the shadows of the amberjack on the bottom. It was just perfect conditions that day, and that's a unique image that was taken from an off-the-shelf unit, by the way. All right, as far as design considerations, it's with me, and I think many of my cohorts or colleagues, it's straight up practical. It's practical construction, ease of availability of materials, and ease of handling. And culverts are really easy to handle on the ground, off the trucks, on the barge. You stick the forks in it, you pick it up, you bring it over to the side of the barge, and you drop it. We can unload a barge of 450 tons in an hour and a half or less. Now, and we unnest every one. We unnest every one of those. I want to make that clear, because I've let the guys know. They know we want as much surface area available to the water column as possible. So it's kind of it comes down to just practical handling on the ground, on the trucks, and so forth. And at this point, I want to mention Chuck Powarski. Chuck is here today from Hanson Pipe and Precast, who has provided a lot of material to us over the last 5 years. Chuck, are you out there? There he is. Okay. All right. And he's a good guy to work with, and is expanding his influence in other communities. Okay. Let's see, as far as monitoring and evaluation, we're similar to many other communities around the state. We have a volunteer group of divers that are avocationally bent and that are interested in learning about reefs and doing observation for us. And they do this in some cases pro bono. In some cases, we reimburse gas and fuel or gas and other incidentals for their work. And they do measurements and this sort of thing, mostly giving us general information on performance and I'll mention the city of City of Jacksonville to SERI relationship, and I think there's even been an expanded relationship there with the Jacksonville University to do more reef monitoring and so forth in coordination with the SERI group and the city. Are reefs meeting the objectives? We would say yes, by far. These are some photographs of Goliath grouper, and this is what I've read is stacking behavior over that ship that was on the first slide, the Antilles Star, which is located offshore of Volusia County. And here's a well-encrusted culvert, and then an old bridge railing section that is clearly providing some great settlement strata for those marine invertebrates there and functioning as habitat. And from the looks of the popular use for fish and humans, it seems as though we're meeting the objectives, and they are artificial reef construction is very popularly supported around the state and in our region as well. Reefs are used with anchored bottom fishing, drift fishing, scuba diving, trolling. And other issues and factors for consideration. Funding, of course, is the number one. Where are we going to find the money? Will our elected officials support it? We can petition the state through the grant program. Thank you very much, Keith and John, and the gentlemen that provide the grant funding for the communities to build reefs. Public support, that's actually pretty easy. Like I said, these are very popular. But if you don't have that public support, you can't make it happen. It would be considered by some communities maybe a luxurious use of public funds. Site size is sometimes an issue, and again, materials availability. I remember back before the recession hit, it was difficult to find large concrete structures because they were all being used for road construction, which was going gangbusters. So, or it was being crushed for road base. And then when the recession hit, boy, that stuff was available, and Chuck and I developed a relationship, and he was happy to get rid of as much as he could. This is a graphic of a 200 by 40 by 10 foot high steel barge that we sunk off Daytona in 2011. That was a great project, and we learned a lot about how to do a controlled sinking of a large vessel like that. All right, challenging issues and successes and lessons learned. I want to point out a few things. St. Johns County uses tourist development tax funding or bed tax funds and revenues to build artificial reefs. And then Jacksonville has just done something that I'm envious about. They've built river reefs, is what I call them, inshore in the St. Johns River. I don't know exactly where they are. I know they're in about 15 to 20 feet of water. And the SERI organization, along with the city, I guess got state permitting to develop and construct those inshore fishing reefs. So that's an unusual kind of a interesting thing. And then successes, I would say spawning, observation of spawning aggregations of Goliath grouper, snapper, mangrove, red snapper, and barracuda on our reefs is an indication of success from an ecological standpoint. And then colonization by these unique marine invertebrates, the telesto coral and oculina. And then we've learned a lot about controlled deployment of large steel ships and barges and low-cost deployment. We do this fairly low cost, as I mentioned, the handling earlier and the ease of handling, and I've found ways to save money on that and getting the materials donated. And then I want to point out one last thing. When you deploy a reef, it's not like a boardwalk or something you have to build on the beach and then maintain every 5 or 10 years. Once you deploy, you don't have to maintain it. It's, especially the concrete. So it's cost effective in the long run, and our elected officials are real pleased about that because they think ahead on those maintenance costs. So I think that was everything I wanted to cover there. Thank you very much. And next is Indian River.
Thank you, Joe. We're moving along quickly down the coast to Indian River County. We have James Gray, the Indian River County Artificial Reef Program Manager.
Yes. Thank you, Keith. Oh, good, we're up. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is James Gray, Indian River County. I work for Public Works Department in the Coastal Division. I'm actually the County Coastal Engineer and Reef Coordinator. I also want to recognize my colleagues in this region, moving south, north to south. Matt Culver, he unfortunately was unable to make it today or to this conference, but he's in Brevard County. Also Jim Oppenborn from St. Lucie County, and Kathy Fitzpatrick, it would help if I advanced the slide, from Martin County. So thank you guys very much for assisting me with these guiding questions and also the presentation, which is a summary of our region. So please keep in mind that, it's very collective summary. Just a little bit about our region. We're surrounded by 5 tidal inlets from Canaveral down to St. Lucie. We're also home to the Indian River Lagoon, which is a 156-mile estuary, home to hundreds of species of fish and animals. This is very important to our region. Obviously, this estuary is been documented to be in distress, and we're looking at ways to, at least my colleagues and I are looking at ways to possibly enhance or improve water quality and other issues in this estuary. So it is an important aspect of our region. Also, our region includes several offshore hard bottom outcroppings, more in the near shore region, but it does extend about 1,500 to 2,000 feet offshore, immediately offshore the area, and other biological communities in our region. As far as reef deployments the last 5 years, Brevard County unfortunately has not had any deployments recently, but they are improving their program. Actually, they just have a permitted site, and I believe they've received some FWC funding or in the process of receiving to build some reefs this current coming year. Indian River, we have 2 reefs in recently. In fact, last summer, about 850 tons of material had been deployed. St. Lucie County, 7 reefs comprising of about 700 or 7,500 tons of concrete materials. And moving down to Martin, 17 reefs, 3 vessels deployed, as well as about 10,000 tons of concrete. Obviously, St. Lucie County and Martin County in our region have been developing their program a little bit longer, and I know for me, I appreciate their assistance and bouncing off questions and so forth, because I consider myself still a newbie to the program, and I appreciate their help on our program. So just to summarize, is the total for our region, about 18,000 tons deployed, 3 vessels, and actually this is a correction. We're about 29 reefs created in the last 5 years. So a little bit about the natural ecosystem in our area. The range extends from the estuary to 16 miles, nautical miles offshore. Brevard County is actually looking at a site much further, in that 16-mile range. The depth is 20 to 200 feet. Ocean bottom is pretty, in our project areas, it's pretty flat, barren sand bottom. There's no natural hard bottom that we've documented. And it's adjacent to the Ocalina Banks habitat area of particular concern and is on a wide continental shelf. The biological community includes widely scattered sea stars and mollusks common to Florida. Interaction of artificial reefs in the ecosystem. Artificial reefs, I've been shown that they do enhance our local ecosystems from the estuarine reefs, improving water quality, as well as providing fish habitat and protect shoreline. So they do have dual purpose, more of the estuarine shoreline reefs. Our deep water reefs provide hard bottom relief and structure for attachment and shelter, creating the basis of reef ecosystems. Some of our local or regional stakeholders include local governments, FWCC, thank you, Harbor Branch, as well as the other academia type institutions, University of Central Florida, as well as Florida Tech in Melbourne, and also local fishing chapters and associations. Our primary users are local residents, fishing chapters, anglers, and divers. And again, we have several stakeholders, fishing stakeholders, because of the proximity to our inlets, accessibility, and so forth. Our objectives for our region, obviously, to provide habitat and recreational enhancement, improve fish conservation, stimulate our local economies, provide educational benefits. As I mentioned, we have local universities that are interested in our programs and actually provide assistance in our programs if it's monitoring. Here down in the down picture, Florida Tech brought a group of students out to Indian River County's reef system and studied our reefs for a few days, did side scan sonar exercises, wave and other fishing type studies on our reefs. And it's also an effective way, I think this is collective among all the presenters and so forth, it's an effective way of recycling unusable concrete and vessels. Some of our design considerations, obviously availability of material, type of material that changes or potentially could change your structuring or how you stack your materials. If you have too much of one material, such as concrete culvert pipes, you have a lower relief, so you might want to configure that in a different way or so forth. Stakeholder input from Indian River County's perspective, a lot of our stakeholders have aspired for a reef closer to shore. Our reefs are currently about 12 to 13 miles offshore. They're looking at a reef that's 5 to 7 miles offshore. So we're actually looking at that from my county's perspective. We're looking at a new permitting a new site closer to shore. And also the other considerations, obviously, what's the intended purpose for your elevation? Higher relief creates recreational habitat or recreational fishing. Lower relief created for habitat enhancement and so forth. A little bit on the evaluation, estuarine reefs, regular monitoring for oyster settlement, health, and growth, as well as categorizing the associated species. Deep water reefs, we routinely monitor for fish assemblages, benthic communities, and settlement. The vessels, particularly in Martin County and St. Lucie County, regular monitoring for fish assemblages, movement, and structural integrity and settlement of these types of structures. And we determine reef success based on a combination of surveys, public feedback, anecdotal reports, and annual fishing tournaments, and so forth, that data that we receive from the local fishing associations. They provide that usually to us. So in our opinion, collectively from our region, are our reefs meeting the objectives? Yes, they're enhancing recreational benefits, providing fishery conservation, stimulating our local economies, providing educational benefits, and all effective ways of recycling materials. And again, this is all based on information that we're receiving from our stakeholders, as well as public input. And also, I might mention that our local commissioners are also supportive of the programs, and they can see this. So the importance is obviously dictating and relaying some of this information to our elected officials, and that's seen, as far as our growth of our programs. And in the guiding questions, it asked, what's a measurement of success? Specific examples. And in our opinions, we can mention three from 3 counties. We can mention 3 local nonprofit organizations that were in some form developed because of our artificial reef program. So I would say that this is a significant measure of success in our opinions. Okay, thank you. Other factors and considerations, obviously the prevailing issue is funding. Our materials suitable for reef construction. You know, in some concrete instances, they're coated with environmental protection and so forth for other various reasons, roadway protection and so forth. But is that suitable for offshore deployments or other examples? Material staging areas. Are you close to a port that can actually manage reefs or reef materials? In St. Lucie County, they have a staging area. You know, that's a great thing, but that's not always the case. But in our areas, fortunately, it's definitely helpful, but it is a concern of ours if these areas do go away. Also, permanent reef sites. I mentioned our stakeholders, Indian River County stakeholders, they want reefs a little bit closer to shore. We don't have that right now in Indian River County as an example. So that's an issue. Also, the time that it takes for permitting. It does take somewhere in the order of 18 months or longer in some instances. And also the availability of local marine contractors. We're fortunate in our region. We do have a local marine contractor, McCully Marine, that's deployed a number of our reefs, I think all of them, you know, collectively, but that is a consideration for the future. And challenges, continuing to develop partnerships with material suppliers and donators. Time, obviously, reef programs do take a lot of time. In my case and Martin's County's case, we have our reef coordinators are also have other job responsibilities. Not saying that St. Lucie or Brevard doesn't as well, but dedication and time does factor into it. And I just wanted to share a couple of lessons learned. Obviously, utilize the community. A lot of people are probably realizing this, but again, it's helped all of our programs collectively. Promote the program through presentations and press releases. Presentations include notifying or presenting to our local county governments, our commissioners. It promotes the program. Chamber of Commerce, and other programs like that. Also, engage other county departments and and make them aware of your reef programs. For example, Indian River County, we have our road and bridge department is supplying, receiving, and storing reef materials for us. And they have dedicated a certain area of their site specifically for this program. So this is something that in the last 2 years, this has been occurring. So it's relatively new. Also, I found that developing a contract specification for donation of reef materials helps other departments realize, okay, look, we're collectively in a county government. Reef material donation is important. The spec includes, shipment to the site or disposal in a road and bridge area or so forth, free to the county, which otherwise would be going to landfills or what have you. So that spec has actually helped us considerably because a lot of contractors challenge it, but then we go back and say, look, you're donating material per your contract and so forth. So it has helped. Also engage and encourage local stakeholders and reef users to become more involved with the reef program. And thank you. I see the 1 minute coming up. It's coming up. I'm pretty much 30 seconds to go. Thanks, Keith. Also, which is kind of a new thing too. Again, I'm kind of new again to the program, but we invited our local FWCC law enforcement to our reef deployment. And and I could say, I think Josh McCulley's in the audience too, but they were out there during our deployment, and it helped considerably because they kind of shooed away some of the guys that were interested in the reef, and it provided a safe environment for not only the divers on the site, but also the contractor, and we can effectively construct a reef project in a time period. So that's helped considerably. So, those are some of the lessons learned that we wanted to share with you. And management the next 5 years, Brevard County develop their sites, develop their permanent site. Indian River County, look at that site 5 to 7 miles offshore, continue to develop their current sites, provide some estuarine habitat construction. Also, St. Lucie County and Martin County continuing their programs that are very well developed. And with that, thank you, and special thanks to FWCC and our project partners. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next, I'd like to introduce Sarah Tanner from the Miami-Dade Artificial Reef Program Coordinator. So welcome, Sarah.
Hello, as Keith said, my name is Sarah Tanner. I'm with Miami-Dade County's Environmental Department. I'm a marine biologist, and one of the many programs I'm involved in is the Artificial Reef Program. And so I'm going to give the Southeast Florida regional update based on those guiding questions. This is the region. We have Palm Beach County, which is represented by Janet. I don't know if she's here. I haven't seen her yet. Or Carmen. We also have Broward County with Pat Quinn. Myself in Miami-Dade County, and then Shelly Kruger is here for Monroe County. To look again at Southeast Florida, zoomed in a bit, I just wanted to point out that Monroe County down south, the Florida Keys, encompassed within the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, Dried Tortugas, and even Everglades National Park for portions of it. And as John said earlier, that they haven't had any active deployments since 2009 with the Vandenberg, and they don't have an active program at the moment. So the rest of my presentation will focus on those northern 3 counties of Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade. The Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary has voted to establish an artificial habitat working group, and they should, I think, begin meeting sometime this year. To look at the natural ecosystem in our region, we have an inshore intercoastal system, which opens up down south into Biscayne Bay into a wider, more marine system. And up north, it's up to Lake Worth Lagoon. It used to historically be freshwater, but with all the construction and opening of inlets, it's now a estuarine mix. What you would find in this region is well developed. There's hardly any natural shoreline, but if you would find natural shoreline, it would be a mangrove habitat. The benthic community in here, especially down south in Miami-Dade County, is extensive seagrass beds. And up north in Palm Beach County, you do have some oyster reefs. Moving offshore from the inlets, what you'll find in our region are 3 parallel reef tracts, at least in Miami-Dade and Broward County. Palm Beach County, the inner and middle reef tracts right here, they fade away, and all you'll find is the outer reef tract, which gets somewhat broadened around Lake Worth Lagoon Inlet. And what you'd see here on our inshore reefs is typically you'll find the Caribbean flora and fauna throughout our region. In Broward County and Miami-Dade, we have some unique Acropora cervicornis patches on our nearshore reefs. And then offshore, it's the typical sponge octocoral, stony coral species. And the interaction of the the artificial reefs within this, what you'll find in the inshore areas in Miami-Dade County and in Palm Beach County, we have inshore artificial reefs. It doesn't show up well here, but I don't know if you can see this darker area was a historically dredged area. In Miami-Dade, they dredged a lot of areas to create islands for the fancy houses or use the spoil for causeway creation and such. This is the Brickell Artificial Reef site in central Miami-Dade. In the center, I don't know if you can see from the aerial, there's some concrete material from the demolition of a bridge. So we put that in there to provide suitable substrate. When this is dredged, what you're left behind is a deep gelatinous muck that nothing will adhere to or grow. So by putting concrete or other kinds of materials, it provides habitat for fish and a settlement area for benthic species. Northern Miami-Dade, we have a Dumbfounding Bay Artificial Reef site, and here we often find schooling snook here in wintertime. And then Palm Beach County has sugar ledges inshore. So just another example of interaction between the inshore reefs, a variety of marine organisms. And then Palm Beach County, like I said, has also used artificial reef material to create oyster bed reefs. Now offshore, as I mentioned, we have 3 parallel reef tracks for the most part, and our artificial reefs are located in those sand plains between the artificial reef or between the natural reef. So you can see the middle reef and the outer reef, and this is one of our artificial reef sites, the Sunny Isles Artificial Reef Site. So the artificial reefs are located in those sand plains or east of the outer reef in depths of 90 feet or above. Here it's about 70 feet, and then we have 40 feet, and then closer to shore is 20 feet. So we have a depth range from 20 to 300 plus in our area. And obviously a variety of materials from ships to boulders, concrete, and prefabricated modules. So our stakeholders, similar to everybody else, we have fishermen, charter, head boats, private and commercial that utilize our artificial reefs. We also have divers from vessels, charter or private. We have a lot of recreational boaters in our area. We do have some shore diving. Our mitigation reefs are a lot of times placed right offshore of the beaches, so we have some beach access for diving. And we also have some tech divers who like to explore deeper wrecks. And combination of the two, we have a lot of spearfishing down in our region. So the artificial reefs in our area serve a variety of purposes. They must contribute to the local economy through fishing, diving, or tourism in general. And they also they take user pressure off our natural reefs. They serve as habitat enhancement through a variety of ways. One is coral nurseries. This is a module in Broward County that serves as a base for a cropper nursery. They serve as mitigation. This is a Bal Harbor Reef in Miami-Dade County. They serve as stepping stones, which we'll talk about a little bit in a minute. This is in Palm Beach County. And like I mentioned earlier, they provide a stable and suitable substrate and the old dredged holes where nothing will grow because of what's left behind when the areas were dredged. And in Miami-Dade County, they do serve as memorial reefs. For our reef construction, like the other counties said, it's mainly funding and material donation dependent. That dictates our design. How much money we have and how much material we have available. We try to use that material to the best of our ability to serve our goals. And most of the time, this is done to connect or expand existing artificial reefs or habitats. In Palm Beach County, these are the stepping stone reefs I mentioned. They've created artificial reef sites just offshore of their inlets to serve as a stepping stone for juvenile species leaving the inlets to stop here before they head out to the natural reef community that's farther offshore. This top picture and this map is from Boynton Inlet, and this down here is the Lake Worth Lagoon stepping stone reef. Similar situation in Broward County. They had a donated ferro cement sailing vessel hull, and they used that and placed it in between existing artificial reefs to connect these artificial reefs and provide a habitat corridor. And similar in Miami-Dade County, we used grant money and donated concrete and created 2 connection reefs and a popular rec trek called the Belzona Rec Trek. If you guys are interested in more of this, there's a poster session tonight on this project. Monitoring and evaluation in our area is done in a variety of ways. Palm Beach County is unique, and they have a very active volunteer research team who does all the monitoring on their artificial reefs. They were established in the early 90s, and they continue to be involved with the Palm Beach County government and monitor their reefs for them. Broward County doesn't have an established monitoring program, but what they do have is the location of Nova Southeastern University. And they have a lot of scientists and researchers from that university who conduct research projects on the artificial reefs in their area, one of which will be a presentation tomorrow. In the Miami-Dade County, we kind of have a hodgepodge of monitoring efforts. We have a very limited volunteer effort that happens every summer. On that rec trek I just showed you, the Belzona Rec Trek, we have divers that go through a educational seminar to learn about fish ID, and then they go out and do the reef fish protocol on these reefs. We also have biologists on staff that do permit required monitoring that's in the specifications of our permit. And this will include general observations on the stability of the material as well as the semi-qualitative abundance of fish and other benthic species. We have in the past done numerous grant studies, unfortunately just none within the last 5 years because we've been busy on beach projects. But we use those to give us a snapshot example of what's going on in the reef and use it to compare different reefs or different time periods or when they were deployed to gain information to plan future projects. And we've also done one long-term monitoring project that's still underway called the Bow Harbor Mitigation Project. So are the reefs meeting the objections? Well, we believe it takes, to meet the habitat objective, it takes long-term studies to know what's really colonizing the reefs, using the reefs, and what's using them at the maturity of the reef. The one project I mentioned, the Bow Harbor Mitigation, is one of our long-term monitoring projects. We're currently in year 14 of a 20-year monitoring program that we're required to do. What we've found is that it has increasing benthic similarity to the adjacent natural reefs, but obviously at a much slower rate now that it's gone through several colonization phases. But there's very limited fish similarity to the natural reef because just of the structural design of the reefs. And the natural or artificial reefs have extensive more relief than natural reef. So these are things that you need to consider when meeting your objectives and what they were. I mean, this is a mitigation reef, so it was put down to mimic a natural reef. So it's important that it does that. And we've also looked at the economic contribution of the artificial reefs. In 2001, we had a socioeconomic study done. And at this time, artificial reefs contributed to over $700 million to the local economy annually. And this was over the 4-county region, so this part does include Monroe. And we're looking to funding to update this study to see what it's doing now, 15 years later. So how are the reefs utilized? They're going back to the stakeholders and the users. They're utilized by fishers. We can tell that by observations of the fishers over the reef, as well as the gear they leave behind from anchors and fishing line fouling our artificial reefs. And it's also used by spearfisher, now even more popular with the introduction of the lionfish. It's also used by divers heavily in our area. Most charter operators, they combine an artificial reef dive with a natural reef dive. So a lot of times they visit like a 70-foot wreck, and then they follow it up with an artificial or a natural reef dive. So other issues or factors for our area is funding. We've heard it time and time again, but Miami-Dade County and Broward County, we don't have a dedicated renewing funding source. So we rely heavily on donations. Palm Beach County, on the other hand, is a little more fortunate in that they have an ordinance that was passed in the 80s that allocates a share of their vessel registration to be used for artificial reef purposes. And another problem, particularly in Miami-Dade County, has been permitting. It's taking us years to reauthorize our Army Corps permits. And these are reauthorization for sites that already existed, but the original permit expired. One of the main reasons is the National Marine Fisheries Service consulting process, and especially in light of the new added species to the Endangered Species Act. So we've had stuff in there for over years, and there's currently in the consulting process for well over 9 months. And we've lost grant funding because of that. So that's a big concern, at least particularly for my county. Some of the successes or lessons learned or challenges that we face. In Palm Beach County, one of their biggest successes is stepping stone reefs that I mentioned earlier. They now have these at 3 out of the 4 inlets, and it's been very popular with the fishermen and divers in their area. They've also had successful partnerships with different organizations. This is a reef that CCA put out and completely funded it. And they've also developed a smartphone app for people to pull up and find the locations of the artificial reefs in their area. In Broward County, they're focusing on future projects. One is to seek funding to relocate some reef balls that were used in a scientific study into a more concentrated habitat corridor. They're also going to be looking at the introduction of a new type of artificial reef module. This is a low-profile one geared to mitigate for impacts to low-relief hard bottom near shore. And one of their lessons learned, which we have all heard about before, is the infamous tire reefs. They've recently secured approximately $1.5 million to remove, they're estimating 100,000 tires. And the bulk of that they hope to be done sometime this summer. And one I forgot to mention, they are working on a new vessel, working on the contracting to get that cleaned and deployed. In Miami-Dade County, one of the struggles we face is the Key Biscayne Special Management Zone. This is a site that overlaps with an artificial reef, and spearfishing, long lines, and fish traps were outlawed back in the early 90s. But as you can tell, this Goliath grouper, he's got a nice spear sticking out of his head. You can see it in the picture. It's a little light here, but so we have a serious lack of awareness, apathy, or lack of enforcement, probably some combination thereof, where people don't abide by the restrictions that are in place. And obviously, Goliath grouper is protected everywhere, but it's speared in the no spear fishing zone. It's the culture in Miami. And then one of our successes was the Belzona Rec Trek that I mentioned. And one of the other things we are pretty proud is we had a website upgrade. This website lists all our artificial reefs. Artificial reefs are in purple. The blue are different marinas within the county. You can click on any one of the artificial reefs. And this, I just clicked on the Army takes we have. And it'll pull up information about that wreck. Zoom in. This is just a zoom in of this site. But it gives you weather, marine forecast, distance to the inlets, the name of it, what site it's in, the depth and that kind of information, and GPS coordinates. You can see pictures of it, click if we have more than one. And you can also upload your pictures. If you visit any of those wrecks and you'd like to share your pictures with us, this offers you that opportunity. It also has some different features here, mapping tools. So this one is to measure distances. So if you wanted to hit multiple wrecks on one dive, you're able to do that, tell the distance between them. And there's also other features of the base maps. You can switch and use NOAA charts instead of just the aerial photography that's here now. And with that, I guess there's not time for questions, but there's our contact information if you have any questions specific to our county, or look for us at one of the breaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And with that, we'll move on down to switch coasts over to Southwest Florida. Chris DiArco is actually offshore today doing some deployments, so he was unable to attend. And in his place, we have Brian Flick.
Thanks. I'll put my notification right now. I got this late last night, and I'm going to apologize to the colleagues in our district because Chris asked if I could cover for him, and he wishes he could be here. But yeah, they are working on the call leave services doing a deployment right now. So I guess you got to go out when the weather works well. So hopefully he'll be here tomorrow. Region we're talking about, Collier County up through Pinellas County, and again, Chris DiArco for Collier. But if you just raise your hands, Mike Campbell. You know you're in the room somewhere on that one. Roger DeBruler. I don't know if Roger's here from Charlotte yet. Then Mike Solom from Sarasota, all the way in the back. And then Alan LaHip from Manitou's here. And then, of course, Chuck Mango from Pinellas County. So thank you, guys, for contributing to Chris's presentation. And I would definitely say if you've got questions on some of the other areas, please go to those guys. They're going to be able to provide a lot more details, but at least give you a basic overview. So natural ecosystems, unlike in Southeast Florida, we don't have the natural reef tract, but we do, it's been touched on in some of the other areas. We do have that large shallow shelf off Southwest Florida, where you do find kind of the natural hard bottom, limestone outcroppings, shallow ledges. I'm envy of Southeast Florida's depth, because obviously it does take on Southwest Florida. It's a lot shallower depths that we're referring to. But of course, interspersed through that, we do have those sandy areas and certainly habitat as well, but not necessarily with the structural complexity on that. And then, of course, associated with these outcroppings and these limestone solution holes, whatnot, a variety of benthic communities, so variety soft corals, hard corals. I know sometimes people are surprised that we get the hard corals with our visibility, but quite a lot actually, just a little bit more interspersed. In terms of the reef deployments within these areas, of course, ranging from estuarine waters out to offshore, but anywhere from, you can see in that 10 to 100 foot range on that one. And then as far as the interaction of the ecosystems, we've heard this from basically a lot of the other presentations so far, but additional habitat for the species, both for the ones that are going to be sessile organisms, as well as the ones that are migrating through. So whether we're talking about our groupers or our mackerels, and this concept of stopping spots refuge, as we have offshore migrations from a lot of our estuarine habitats. If you think about that estuary dependent life cycle, particularly with some of our grouper and snappers. So especially for red grouper here, those near shore habitats that serve as a nursery area before they move offshore. And then just from a physical aspect, of course, when you start putting structure in there, the impacts that having that those materials in the water, what that does with water movement and currents as far as the surrounding areas. So I think you guys hopefully by now have picked up on the theme about the stakeholders being diverse, but particularly recreational fishermen and spearfishing. Spearfishing is very prevalent in Southwest Florida, but also for recreational diving. And I know a lot of the county programs trying to get that emphasis from a recreation or from a tourism point of view, that there's great diving in the Gulf too. You don't have to go down to the Keys, but even with the boating community as well, going out to them, even if they're not directly using them, certainly going to be going out to them. And then of course the marine life itself that's using it as well. And then the stakeholders, all the surrounding industries that are associated with it. Particularly this time of the year, I would imagine it's true for the rest of the counties, we are packed. And a lot of those people that are coming in they're going to be utilizing our resources, whether it's the beaches or the shores itself, so the hotels, the restaurants, and all the direct services that depend on them. But of course, the researchers as well that have projects. It was mentioned earlier about Florida State University and Goliath Grouper. A lot of work down there since Southwest Florida is one of the strongholds or primary nursery habitats, and as well as nonprofit organizations, whether that's for monitoring purposes. Now that we have a lot more lionfish too, there's a lot more engagement as that as well. Then of course, purpose aims, and we're hearing a lot of this throughout the different regions on here. So the additional really access. I mean, that's a huge aspect for us. Because we do have to go so far out a lot of times to get into the depths that Sarah was just mentioning. At least down in Collier County, you can go out 30 miles and maybe you're in 60, 70 feet, depending on where you're at. So access really, that's going to provide both for the charter captains and the individual private anglers. And of course, fishery enhancement, and this was touched on earlier, whether or not you're producing more fish or moving them around, you are providing more opportunities for that. And of course, habitat enhancement, and that's either the addition of the reefs themselves or for mitigation purposes of that are replacing natural habitat that were impacted through beach renourishment or other aspects. And of course, other things too, as far as diversity, especially for our divers. And this is something that they've really emphasized. You've dived, once you've dived one pile of culverts and junction boxes, great. But, we want to see diversity. We want to see the ships. We want to see the modules on that one. And of course, this also adds to that, reducing that user conflict, because now all of a sudden people aren't going to the same places over and all every time, especially this time of the year. It's a seasonal consideration as well. And when we talk about unique dive sites, when you talk about, we mentioned things like tanks or the Coast Guard cutter or the large ships or anything that's going to kind of be an attraction for the people to dive. So in terms of the design, and again, it's central theme here, what's available, the cost as well. What are we looking at? Is it really, are we looking for low relief or something like a red grouper? Do we want high profile for pelagic species? What's out there? I know in terms of landfills, do they already have materials there? How do you get it from point A to point B? So I know Chuck, many of you got to see his staging area. Not everybody has that in that regards. How do you truly replicate a natural system? Simply putting reef or limestone boulders to say, okay, this is mimicking a natural hard bottom. Of course, it's not that simplistic. And and the idea too, are we building specific reefs for, we want to have this for those grouper, for the offshore fishermen, or we want something that's going to attract, let's say the cobia that we heard about, or the permit, or amberjacks. And then as well, as far as the monitoring and evaluation, especially among the different counties, I know Lee County has a fairly active volunteer reef team. I know for others, it's based upon, staff, both staff and resources. Not every county has a boat. I know that's been an issue of being able to get transportation out to these sites. And And then direct feedback from the people that are using it. How, are they happy with the species they're catching? And it's interesting both from a fisherman's perspective and a diver's perspective, because the diver, of course, is going to get to see it firsthand. But it's funny how word travels that this is the spot you go to for these, or stay away, particularly in Southwest Florida, the issues of Goliath grouper. I think you have certain reefs that are kind of marked stay away because you're not going to be able to get anything up to the surface. And then, of course, again, through direct surveys. So whether that's video monitoring or just, roving diver, things like that. So that's going to be obviously required for permitting aspects, but allows the counties to also see what is out there and as far as the different species assemblages. So in terms of meeting the objectives, I don't think there was a collective yes, yes, yes for everything. And I think based off what the notes I got from Chris, well, it depends. It really depends on, you can talk to one person and say, yes, this reef's great. And then, of course, the next fisherman who went out there and didn't catch anything, they might say no. So sometimes that might be a little bit subjective. In terms of the material stability, how long are we going to have these materials? And I know especially for some of the larger ships and things, and knock on wood, when we mentioned about not having hurricanes, are those materials still around? Have they shifted? And are they serving the purposes that they served? And then, of course, hearing the feedback from those stakeholders, and we've heard that throughout these presentations too. Are we hearing less complaints from these groups that are saying, yes, it's not a problem now that they've put in Reef X or whatnot? Again, location, access to these spots from major passes. And shocker, I'm sure to see this, but yeah, fishing and diving recreation, spearfishing is huge, as I said, both from individual, but we have tournaments as well. Also commercial spearfishing as well, especially up once you get into the Pinellas area. That's a large part of the economy. And again, there are a number of research projects going on in the region, looking at a variety of things, and not just fish assemblages, but it could be things like ciguatera and water quality issues surrounded these. Mitigation, I know particularly in Collier, at least I can reference this, with some beach renourishment projects and some impacts that it has had on some of our nearshore environments, and the fact that they've had to put in reefs to try to help mitigate that. And again, we've heard this additional habitat use. So similar issues and factors that we've heard throughout some of these other ones, the permitting in terms of just the process that it takes, especially when you have turnover in staff that maybe aren't as familiar with the loops. And I know I've heard that from colleagues in the past. Money, that's, we've heard that too. Trying to diversify your funding sources. And I think here so far we've heard some interesting strategies working with private groups. And I know certainly the other counties are always looking for options out there. What's the community want? That's really a big push these days. We need more, all of a sudden now you see Lee County has a ship. Oh, we have to get one too. And then, oh, well, Sarasota had maybe the reef balls and the pilings in the estuary. We need that too. So this is where the politics can get into it. And I'm sure this is throughout the state as well. And going back, just available staff time. Most of these, and this has been said, most of the coordinators in our region, the reefs are not the only thing they do. So you're trying to balance that between derelict vessels and signs and every other issue you're supposed to be taking consideration. And regulations associated with the type of materials we can use and getting feedback and make sure it's a continual process. So I think one of the biggest successes that we've seen in the region is the sinking of the Mohawk. And if you haven't, I know Mike's got a great video of it outside, and especially with the art gallery. It was a really unique combination of that. But different up in Sarasota using the reef ball modules from that nursery stage for habitat in there. So, and the aspect of combining it with the buoy maintenance, trying to help hopefully be a little bit more efficient and try and kill two birds with one stone. In terms of challenges, securing materials on large scale operations, and I know that's something that instead of just being one pile, how are you planning for a large term project, hopefully where you have that connectivity between similar reefs or reefs in adjacent areas. Marketing, we've heard several examples about this. And again, I know in Lee County, they had a pretty aggressive campaign to market, but not just for the people that are directly using it, but for, again, those indirect benefit or users, whether it be the hotels, whether it be the chambers. These are attraction aspects. And several years ago, Sea Grant and did a economic analysis of from Pinellas down through Lee County, and I forgot the exact numbers, but again, we're talking millions of dollars, and even the people that were not using the reefs recognize the socioeconomic benefits of these reefs. And then invasive species, they're in Southwest Florida. We talk about lionfish, and they're, especially certain areas, you're seeing more and more, and using volunteer groups to help us try to monitor that, and from an education aspect too. I know there's a lot more interest with it. So very general. Again, apologize for not getting into the details. I would definitely rely on Alan or Chuck or Mike or the other guys that are here to be able, if you have specific questions about the region. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Brian. Moving up the coast, so we have another large area, also representing 7 counties in the Big Bend region. We have Jeff Wallet from Florida Sea Grant representing the Taylor County Artificial Reef Program.
Good afternoon. On housekeeping, is Scott Harris here? I think you left your tickets up for registration for the raffle. And if you win, I'm going to be really upset. Okay, well, much like the presentations you've seen, there's a lot of similarities. I'm covering the Big Bend region. So I thought maybe I'd just juggle instead. So I'm going to need 3 cell phones. Just kidding. Got to lighten up the mood a little bit. That's us, Big Bend region. Does this have a pointer on it, Keith? On the top. There you go. Okay, so Levy, that's me and Taylor. Why did Dixie get? No, that is Dixie. I went as far down as Levy, which is down here. We'll call it Franklin. So I talked to all those folks, some of whom are here today. Citrus County, Mark Edwards and Tracy. Charlie's here from Dixie County. Chuck Morton's here from Hernando. I don't know if Alan's here from that's the Organization of Artificial Reefs. And then I talked to Leslie Sturmer and Dr. Bill Lindbergh at UF. I know Dr. Lindbergh is here. So to get some information. And I'm pretty new to this. This is almost 2 years now I've been on this job. So I want to thank Dr. Lindbergh because I've leaned on him heavily to understand both the ecosystem and the management practices and the conservation. So I come from a fish farming background, so this has been a learning curve for me. In our area, we have a great deal of seagrass beds, which is a positive in terms of habitat, and it's also a challenge because we have a lot of folks, like you've heard, want to have shallow water reefs, within the 9 nautical miles. Well, most of that area, at least off Taylor County, is already covered in seagrass beds. And they're not going to let me throw concrete on top of seagrass, so that's not going to happen. It makes for outstanding fishing and diving. The bay scallops, I'll show you the map. We have several counties that have recreational bay scalloping in the summertime. We tend to have sandy bottom areas, not much hard structure. We also are like Brian, we have a very slow drop off. Our reefs are about 22 to 25 miles offshore, and that gets you to about 45 feet of water. So we have a few spots that we think we're going to check out in the shallow water areas in the next year or two. But we need to be talking to FWC and other agencies about that. So that's the bay scallops harvest zone in the gray. Those are the only counties that are you allowed to harvest bay scallops. Used to have, Betty will be here tomorrow. She always does a, is that her? No, is that her? That's her right there. Every summer she does a annual scallop search, or what you call it, like scallop search. Yeah. Because that used to be a really good area for scallops, and they've had a big, over the years, die off of their seagrass beds. But that's scallops. That's for another day. Conservation and recreation is one of the balancing acts, and I think you've heard that from a lot of other reef people here today. My constituents, if I could pave the entire sea bottom of Taylor County, they'd be happy. But that's not very practical. And, they want more reefs, more of them, Is it increasing the habitat refuge for the juvenile grouper? Don't really have a definitive answer on that. We think of their staging areas as the fish continue to migrate, as they get bigger, because there are some deeper reefs out in the 60, 70 feet of water. I've never been to them, but that's probably where some of the largest gag grouper and spread snapper go. Question is, does it increase fishing pressure and mortality? See, all the reefs I've done so far have to be publicly funded. It means I have to publish the GPS numbers. Well, that's kind of like saying free buffet, come on out. And like Dr. Lindbergh's research, they've done a lot of reefs that they weren't required to publish. And he's seen some definite differences in terms of the population size and structure. They definitely have a positive economic impact in my county and probably some of the other counties that I'm representing here today. One of the studies they did a few years ago, Sea Grant did, on our boating ramps in Taylor County, and they did a bunch of surveys where they took tag numbers down and to see where people were coming from. And it was interesting because the usage was about 15% were Taylor County residents, and the rest were from out of county or out of state. So we get a huge influx of people coming to fish from out of the county. In Georgia, we get a lot of folks from Georgia. So that's going to have, I'd like to do a survey like that for our reef someday and get kind of a better idea of what the economic impact is. As I mentioned, both residents and out of county visitors. That number's wrong. It's more like 85%. The fishing, diving, spearfishing. Our county commissioners are very supportive in Taylor County. I know Charlie's worked with his county commission in Dixie and had good success. FWC couldn't do anything without those guys helping us out. And I'm happy to know that Bill Horn retired. He was my first agent, so I'm claiming dibs on him for my volunteer reef team. You guys can't have him. Marine Science Club, I'd like to get that started in the K through 12. Had some interest so far, but just getting it organized. Some of the species we know, grouper, snapper, grunts, pinfish, etc. They're the primary users, I call them, or primary residents. Increasing fishing and diving opportunities, spearfishing. Tourism is a huge contributor to our local economy. In Taylor County, we have about 22 to 24,000 residents. Unemployment's at 7%. Median household income is about $30,000. About 15% of households make less than $15,000 a year. So it really does help to create some jobs and boost our economy. But and fish conservation, obviously, and the balance between the economic opportunities and the conservation. Okay, in my case, and I know in some of the other counties that I'm representing here, volunteers, that is a really tough thing to get going. I have a good little group of like 2 or 3 people, but it's a challenge. And then some counties like Wakulla Franklin have a strong reef organization. You got to get people out there to do site inspections, placement, staging areas. We're lucky, we're fortunate we have a private landowner that lets us stage our materials. I think construction and getting the materials is the easy part, and finding a place to stage it that's logistics, and that's the hard part. And then we've talked about this, other people have, about permitting. Monitoring and evaluations. Supposed to inspect out about 3 to 6 months after deployment. We weren't able to get out because of the weather this year, but we're going to do it probably this spring, and arranging volunteers. We will go out and reinspect. Our last deployment was in 2013, so we're going to go out and check that again this year. And Big Bend counties also have post-deployment monitoring. Reefs are used. That's all been covered before. I had a boss one time that said there are no challenges, there are only opportunities. So permitting is an opportunity. Finding suitable sites. I can really mostly speak for Taylor, but I know they have this issue in the Big Bend area, finding the right site. Shallow water reefs are definitely desired. Always looking for more volunteers and funding. FWC's been great with helping us out and coordinating of activities. We should probably try to do something in the region. I just mentioned that, the weather. There's been a lot of reef material put out, I think, by reviewing some of these websites, and that's a success story for sure. Citrus County, there's some pictures there. They've been doing reef deployments since '85. They haven't done any deployments in the last 5 years. You can check out more pictures on their website. There's Dixie County, putting some material out. That's the contractor's son right there. I guess he's in charge of the operation. I think he's staring at Charlie, like, get to work. There's some more pictures. Charlie gave me some side scan sonar pictures of his reefs. And then Hernando County, they put out 10 Sherman tanks and some concrete transfer boxes. I'm not quite sure. That's looked like a fairly mature reef there. Levy County, I found GPS coordinates. They really have not done any deployments down there in over 10 years. Taylor, we did our 2013 deployments of cubes, and then we got donated concrete culverts, and y'all mentioned working with private groups. It was nice. We had Gainesville Offshore Fishing Club gave us some money. The DOT donated the culverts and drove them and transported them down for us. Our Tourism Development Council kicked in, and we've got 2 grants coming up in 2005. That's a picture of our Buckeye deployments, and those were the concrete culverts. And, you know, I wanted to have nice placards made up to recognize, and my volunteers kind of fell down on that. So when I got to the staging area, that's how we do things in Taylor County. The spray paint stuff. Yeah. So I showed up and I'm like, okay, I guess we're just gonna go with that then. And here's some pictures from Alan, and I think that's Bill with him. And there's one of their memorial reefs. We want to do something like that too. Not for Bill, but for somebody else. And they had some deployments to the St. Mark's Reef, and it's on their website. And there's one of their publications. They do a saltwater fishing tournament every year to help raise funds for ore. So I'd like to see us do something like that in Taylor and the region. I'm early. Still want me to try doing the juggling? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And our final presenter, rounding out our 34 coastal counties, is Robert Turpin from Escambia County.
Thank you, and thank everybody. You'll notice in your packets, you have a map here, and I want to recognize Shelly Marshall. Shelly, where are you? She's probably at the registration desk. She did a great job of quantifying the reef deployments around the state by using this map. And if you've been to previous state summits, you've probably noticed that there's a difference today. We're not going through and simply quantifying our deployments. We're actually talking about that stuff that most of us do in our planning and pre-construction and post-construction work. So that's what we came up with today, and I encourage you to look at that. But also, you'll notice today that I'll be able to fly through mine because most of my colleagues here have done such an excellent job. All I really need to do is point out some minor differences in the panhandle. And if I can figure out how to work this thing, we'll be doing well. My regional update is on the Panhandle counties, and my acknowledgments come at the end. So you'll get to know the folks that helped me on this. One of our newest types of artificial reefs are our snorkeling reefs, and this is about 500 feet offshore of Perdido Key. We have one off of Pensacola Beach as well. So I'm just going to go through mine in a similar manner as my predecessors here. Again, the Panhandle up here, Bay County, all the way over to the Alabama line. Some people want to include us in Alabama. That's okay. But this is a nautical chart that shows several things, and it may be a little bit busy, but that's kind of the point. We have shipping lanes. This is Alabama over here. So you've got major shipping lanes coming in through here. You have coastwide shipping. We've got an anchorage here, Bay County and Okaloosa, Walton, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, and then, of course, Escambia County here. But you can see our reef sites here, maybe not so well. These are large area reef sites, and this is going to be a difference in our reef sites off the Panhandle in comparison to others. But like the other speakers have discussed, we're bringing things closer to shore as a result of stakeholder preference, and for some other, I think, some good management strategy as well, and for conservation. So natural ecosystem, I drew these lines here because we all recognize that you have your inshore, midshore, offshore. These are not hard boundaries, and there's communications between these things. You've got water flow, you've got biotic and abiotic factors that vary across those regions. Our natural features, of course, inside the estuaries, we do have submerged aquatic vegetation, some people call seagrasses. Mostly we do have sand, but we do have some isolated rock ledges like some other folks have talked about. These are typically farther offshore, so we want to bring our artificial reefs in a little closer. Species and life history stages are important, I think, as well as their migrations. Here at the bottom, you see what you will all recognize as a 2 millimeter gag grouper that comes from the seagrass beds as they come out of the plankton as post-larval. They grow up in seagrasses and then they migrate offshore. And then, of course, they have big spawning aggregations on live bottom. And then also you have a lot of stuff. People call it barren sand, and some of us kind of cringe when we hear that. Because it's not barren. There's a lot of life in there. There are mollusks and crustaceans and worms and all kinds of good stuff. And of course, the plankton is an important transfer of energy across these regions, as well as your reef communities and all your marine life. We're all connected. I think somebody put that in a previous discussion. So I concur. Interaction of the artificial reefs within the ecosystems, and I think we do think about this a lot, and we've got a lot of bullet points here. And if anybody wants to develop an artificial reef program, you could probably take all of the presentations today, and I think you've got everything probably that you need to cover in terms of planning and implementing an artificial reef program. One of the things that I do want to mention here that's relevant, especially in the Panhandle, are the hydrodynamic forces, wave surge, and I don't care what NOAA calls the first hurricane to hit Florida. I'm going to call it Hurricane John from now on, since he said the H word. But we do have a problem in the Panhandle because we do have that thick sand deposit. We lose more of our reefs to subsidence than we do to horizontal stability. So you'll see when I talk about stability, I talk about vertical stability. And because we have found through monitoring that our artificial reefs need to have some component at the base of them that deflect that downward component of that deflected wave surge that minimizes liquefaction of the sediments and then ultimately burial of the reef. So that's something that I take into serious consideration. I guess I'm standing closer to the mic now. I can hear myself. Okay, this is just a smattering of the types that we use. We use vessels, we use bridge rubble, and we use various types of prefabricated artificial reef structures. And the fish seem to like all this stuff. Stakeholders and primary users, just like everybody else said, we've got residents that use reefs as part of our quality of life. If you grew up in the coastal zone and you fish and dive, this is quality of life issues. It's economics, of course, for tourism and also for the supplying industries that that support fishing and diving and other things. We have marine advisory committees that meet on a monthly and quarterly basis, and we have reef associations that help us with providing that input from our stakeholders. But we also need to consider what we have our competitors, and that's some of the trawling that's done. We've got the shipping lanes, of course. We're not putting reefs in shipping lanes. I call them competitors, or they're just people that we need to consider. But we do have exclusions in waters that are used for military purposes. And we have Gulf Islands National Seashore that has indicated they do not want reefs in areas of seafloor that they claim under jurisdiction. And then, of course, our other stakeholders are our regulatory agencies. And I'm sure you guys know we love you. We're you get a lot of bashing, and you'll see what might seem like we're bashing you, but we all love you. Purposes and aims. You've heard various purposes and aims here. I'm not going to have to read all these because they've been said before, but these are part of what we do. And one of the things, and you'll see it here in terms of monitoring, is the ability to quantify things. Sometimes these things are more qualified than quantified. But design constructions, and I'll go through a few of these because, I take some of this stuff seriously. I think we all really want to mimic the natural system, but sometimes we find ourselves thinking that we can improve on Mother Nature. Maybe not, but we'll exaggerate things like reef height. But in the northern Gulf of Mexico, where we have the rock ledges, that seems to be a good factor and aspect of the reefs that I try to mimic in the artificial reefs. But we're also improving accessibility. We talk about bringing reefs closer to shore. We're putting reefs inside the estuary for those purposes. We're bringing reefs adjacent to the Gulf beaches so that people can access them simply by walking and swimming offshore. And then we're bringing them in closer for boating, for things like kayaks. We've got a kayak reef that we're actually building in an area that's specifically intended to support kayaking. And by doing so, we're reducing the amount of fuel that's being burned. So we're helping the anglers conserve their financial resources so they can go spend it at the tackle shops and the dive shops. But also, when you're catching fish from these shallower reefs and you're exposing them to a lesser barotrauma than if you were fishing farther offshore, then we do have some potential advantages there, reduced mortality from regulatory discards. And we've also talked about the differences between the state and federal regulations, and I think that's a reality, and we acknowledge that. And our stakeholders are asking us to bring these reefs closer into shore. So we're doing that in the Panhandle as well. We also look at what have our past reefs and our existing reefs, what were those successes and I don't want to call them failures, but lessons learned. So by monitoring, that really gives us good feedback into better management. And then we collaborate with each other. I know a lot of you here, and I've spoken to you on the phone, and we've talked about things that worked and didn't work. And I bolded here so I wouldn't forget the folks in the Artificial Reef program at FWC, because I cannot imagine what the state's program would look like if we didn't have the dedication and abilities from those guys as well as their money. But here's a piece of reef a bridge rubble reef, and we're stacking that as well as we can. Gravity does what gravity does. Materials sail through the water. It's incredible how they can move. So you have to be careful that you're meeting your permit conditions. But we like to have stacking. Stacking minimizes the potential for subsidence, maintains that vertical relief, and provides that horizontal ledge here. And these red snapper appear to love it. I think I see that one smiling right there. So monitoring evaluations, we have different kinds of monitoring that we do. Of course, we're looking at their physical performance, but also their biological performance. Somebody mentioned earlier that you can see your reefs are being used when you see boats anchored or holding up over the reef site. So when we're offshore, we look for that. But also word of mouth is a really important, especially in Escambia County, where I have a marine advisory committee and I serve as weighmaster for a number of fishing tournaments. So I get good information. I get a lot of misinformation too, but that's a great way to to learn how your stakeholders are viewing your reefs. And of course, the socioeconomics. Bill Huth's going to make a presentation later in the conference, and we'll learn about how those things are measured. How are the reefs used? Obviously, the same things that they're used elsewhere. Ecotourism is a growing niche, and also there's a lot of non-consumptive uses. I think down in the Keys as well, where you've got a lot of folks that just want to go diving just for the sake of viewing wildlife. They enjoy these as well. So are they meeting the objectives? Well, what are the objectives? Are they quantified, and are they just simply a qualified? Do you love reefs? And if they say yes, then you say yeah, they meet the objectives. But sometimes it's difficult to measure. Working with Dr. Bortone for many years and some of the other peer-reviewed literature, it's very difficult in the stake of or in an area where you have so much natural and sometimes human-induced variability through fishing pressure and other variability to be able to make those determinations. But we've used stakeholder satisfaction surveys. We call them reef report cards. We had minimal success on those, actually, but we don't give up. But whenever you see the folks that have big smiles on their face and the holes in that fish that caught or were caught off your artificial reefs, or a great picture that somebody took that was taken at your artificial reefs, you feel like you've hit the mark. Other factors and considerations, obviously, I mean, funding has had to be number one. But there are a number of funding sources that we do have. Tourist development tax is a good one. We've got some great public donations, not only cash, but also in kind for materials. You've heard of the Natural Resource Damage Assessment, NERDA here, and the Restore from the oil spill. But one of the challenges is, or the other factors, or the bureaucracy and the permitting guidelines, and those permit conditions may or may not be exactly in a line. So you have to make sure that you're careful of that. And then competing uses of the waterway and your seafloor. The differences between the folks that want to anchor up on a reef site and fish all day, and you get a dive boat come up, and those kinds of tensions on the water. But we work through that. Another competing use here in the Panhandle, because we do have those thick sand resources. These magenta shaded shaded areas here are potential borrow sites. So if you've got a dredge coming in to remove sand, that a reef would preclude that specific area. Another unique feature of the Panhandle artificial reefs, these are the chicken transport units that John Dodderell was speaking of. And this is a contractor that was putting these out for personal reefs. And we have those large area reef sites throughout the Panhandle that allows individuals to build their own reefs, and then we do not publish those coordinates. So that's an explanation of what John was talking about. And those were in the artificial reef site, because I was in my boat right there making sure. Not always the case, but we try to monitor those to the greatest extent possible. Other challenges, again, permitting. We've got new sites in the Panhandle, as well as renewals of permits. So we're working on those. And throughout the Panhandle, you have various staff. You've got some of the counties have in-house staff that can work on this. We use consultants, we use volunteers, and in academia, especially for monitoring. That's where I got my start. So those are good resources. But user conflicts and starting new programs versus the maintaining existing programs. We've lost in the Panhandle. We've lost some permits due to inability to get permits renewed. Successes. The snorkeling reefs. Those have been phenomenal successes. This one right here. And then one of the other lessons learned, this is an example of one of those personal reefs that it was a design that was intended to meet the letter of the permit condition, but really didn't perform very well. These are 5/8 inch rebar that were sticks of rebar that were welded into these, looked like a frame for a pup tent. They didn't really provide much in the way of habitat, and the welds were the weakest point, and they didn't really survive. They're not utilized anymore, but that was a material that we got some lessons learned on. And then I don't have pictures, but I wanted to talk about a few things with this NERDA. I think John mentioned the Panhandle counties are getting $11.4 million in reef construction funding and monitoring. So hopefully we'll make good use of those monitoring dollars, and through those NERDA construction funds, we can build enough good replicated sites and make a good experimental design so that monitoring can be effective. But you can imagine $11 million for reef construction is that we're going to be similar to drinking out of a fire hose or trying to breathe off of a free-flowing second stage regulator when that money gets released. So I expect that all of us in the Panhandle will have a lot of business cards from the reef contractors that are out here in the audience. One of the other really good things that came out of the NERDA funding was the Panhandle Shipwreck Trail. And that's a grant that was provided through the Department of State to highlight our vessel reefs. Also, the Florida Department of Transportation, after Hurricane Ivan, we utilized some bridge material for artificial reefing that was made as part of the construction contract. Now we're having to do what's called a JPA, or Joint Project Agreement, and we're essentially underwriting the bridge demolition by having to take that material as is, where is. So we hope to work through those issues as well. And I do want to hear from all the vessel reefing contractors, because we do have a vessel we'll be putting out to bid soon. And with that, I will move to just a couple other things. Of course, Deepwater Horizon was something that we could not have anticipated, but yet we had to endure and are still working on effects from that. And of course, the lionfish have been talked about. And then this is a lionfish that we removed off of one of our artificial reefs. Adult lionfish had 28 vermilion snappers that were just absolutely fresh. I thought about eating them myself, but they were below the harvest limit, so I had to release them. Another unique stakeholder group are the memorial reefs, and that's been a wonderful thing in the Panhandle as well. And then thanks and acknowledgments to all these folks. And because I have the microphone, I do want to make a couple of special thank yous. My original professor, and I didn't know he was going to have a picture of me in his presentation, but I had one of him in mind, because rarely do we get an opportunity to thank the folks that were our mentors and helped us in our career. But I did want to thank Dr. Bortone for all of his work in artificial reefs. And then we have some other individuals. Mike Meyer is retiring after nearly 40 years in Virginia. A tremendous resource, and we wish him the best in his whatever his new career or non-career is going to be. And John Stevely, who's the magic of the internet. I think I stole it off your Facebook page or something. And I've heard that you really didn't catch that lobster. That was somebody else that was on the boat. But you did catch that fish. John is retiring after how many? 36 years with Florida, 35 years at Florida Sea Grant, and then we had the unknown diver that was eaten by the sea fan. We don't know how or where that person went, but we do know that Bill Horn has served us in the artificial reef very, very well. And here he's trying to teach a mutton snapper how to write or how to read his writing underwater. But Bill, and that is the largest red snapper in the state of Florida right there, caught off of the Oriskany, which is the largest artificial reef in the world, off the Florida coast. But Bill and John and Mike, that represents well over 100 years of artificial reef experience here in the state of Florida and up the East Coast. And that's a phenomenal thing to think about. And then just a final round of thanks to the folks with FWC and Sea Grant for putting on such a wonderful conference and for all the work that we all do. Really great first day of this. And I think that's it for me. I think you've got the mic, and thank you all very much.
Thank you to all of our speakers for the regional updates. These 6 folks here that we have represent our 34 coastal counties. We still have we've budgeted some time in for questions. If anyone has questions for our speakers this afternoon. So as you saw those presentations, if anyone has any questions for a particular one, I see Brian Clark has a question over there. So Joy is running that over to Brian. Thank you, Joy.
Thanks, Joey. Keith. Just wondering from folks who are dealing with artificial reefs, what your thoughts are about the ongoing maintenance of them. In particular, as a diver, I see a lot of debris, entanglement hazards, and so on in some of the reefs. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are as far as perhaps like annual cleanups or something along that line for the reefs.
Thank you. And can you hear me? One of the design considerations really does have a lot to do with threatened and endangered species, and entanglement is also an issue as well. And I'll pass the mic down to my other folks.
Well, I know Sarah made the comment about, like, knowing how the reefs are being used by the amount of gear. We do reef cleanups, but certainly from the county level, I know one thing that's heavy on Chris's mind is just liability, and especially with risk management. When you bring volunteer groups out, because there's a lot more reefs than there are resources, and I don't know if some of the other groups want to comment on that, because we can't be everywhere, and it's let alone the reefs that we know about. Stuff out there, and it's everything from just hooks and line to cast nets, commercial gear as well. So it's a tricky one.
Yeah, there's no active cleanup programs in our area for artificial reefs in particular, but we do work with the Coral DP program, and we do natural reef cleanups. They do one cleanup on one of our closer to shore reefs that gets a lot of trash, that comes out from the beach. But as far as our, other wrecks, there's none that I know of. Is there any in Broward? Oh, that's true. Yeah, we had a derelict net for ghost net that got entangled on Tenneco Towers and Artificial Reef right on the Broward Miami-Dade line. And it took a while, but we worked with a bunch of different partners and had donations come from a variety of sources to remove that net, but not before it entangled a sea turtle and killed it. But
in Pinellas County, we've had 4 artificial reef cleanups. The last 3 had over 100 volunteer divers on Saturday morning. Brought in over 1,400 pounds on each one of the last 2 cleanups of nothing but crab trap ropes and monofilament. We charge the divers $10 to sign up. They got a T-shirt, a free lunch from Hooters girls, and a whole bunch of free that way. We do these every year, twice a year. When's the next one?
Yeah, we don't have that kind of volunteer outreach in Miami-Dade County. I know it's a little better in Broward and Palm Beach. They do cleanups, but Miami and other countries.
We do things a little different in Taylor County. We have a shoot on site policy. So if I see you littering out there, now, we could definitely do a better job at doing that. And it's really the struggle is getting volunteers. I know there's plenty of people that go out and dive, and after hearing a lot of these talks, I think what I need to do is a lot better outreach to those folks to A, let me know if they see stuff, because I don't get out there as much as I'd like to. A, if they see stuff, B, if they'll be willing to clean it up. That would certainly help.
I'd just echo what Jeff said too, is in Indian River County, we don't have a particular program to clean the reefs that we're deploying. But I think, with hearing that question, thank you for that. I think it might be a promotion now. We start doing that maybe with some of our nonprofit groups, as far as support divers and fishing charters as well, as trying to do that. I don't know if my colleagues in the region have groups, or maintenance type projects, but I'll definitely get with them and see what we can all learn from that. So good question.
Thank you for that. There's no cleanup effort in Volusia, directed effort, except what our volunteer divers may do on their own. We do have I think we have a jetty cleanup for the inlet jetty. And then for the entanglement side, our most recent Fed permit has I think a 6-inch rebar stub cutoff requirement that I read. So the feds have responded to the entanglement concern, it sounds like, for rebar. We were cutting it off anyway because it's just good practice for rebar sticking out of concrete structures.
We have
Keith, I
a
have
couple
two
more
more.
questions. Yeah, Andy and then Joe.
Yeah, Keith, and this is partly responsive to the previous question. I was just going to offer up, you mentioned the Tenneco reef net issue. I was just going to point out, I know, and I don't know what the status is, but Ken Smith and others at FWC, along with DEP's coastal office, have been trying to work together to at least outline a sort of playbook for some of those large, where the responsible party cannot be identified in a timely manner, but, abandoned gear or entanglement issues, marine debris that pose real, health, safety, liability, or endangered species issues. So they're trying to come up with at least some framework of a playbook to respond to those and come up with available funding that can be implemented quickly. I don't know what the status is, honestly. John or Keith, you guys might know more than I do, but just thought I'd mention that too.
This actually is a follow-up again on the first question. And I want to preface this by, I'm mainly on the mindset of the more artificial reefs, the better when properly done. So let me preface that with that. But we've done a lot of diving up in the Northeast Florida area. And part of our observation is a lot of sites have a lot of nasty stuff on. A lot of it's accumulated fishing line. What happens, you got to think about this. Every time we build a reef, if we build one or if it's natural, you have an offshore destination, an offshore recreational place that people are visiting. Human beings, by nature, human beings leave stuff behind, and that's just who we are. So when we build a football stadium, we build a park on land, we generally have a maintenance, some sort of maintenance program to take care of that stuff, and that keeps the football stadiums from filling up with Coke cans and all that. Unfortunately, with our reefs offshore, we don't have that. It's kind of out of sight, out of mind, and the divers do see it a little bit, but they don't even notice it. Where it sticks out with us is every now and then we do see a turtle hung up, and that's enough to really drive it home. So I think it's something that we should be more active in thinking about with artificial reefs and just offshore conservation in general. Is, I think a maintenance plan of attack is definitely a worthwhile thing that we should all consider.
I think we have time for two more.
And I have two more lined up, Keith.
Questions, okay.
I'm getting my work on it.
Thank you. I heard two speakers reference bed tax money. One referenced bed tax money, the other tourist development tax money being used to fund construction of artificial reefs. I just wanted to revisit that point. Could you elaborate on that? Do the statutes apparently clearly allow that?
I would apparently. St. Johns County, the Parks and Rec director at St. Johns County communicated to me that they are using TDC funding to do artificial reef construction. So I would not, I imagine it's legal. I would.
And Sarah, do you want to follow up on Palm Beach County's comment? Because I think that's where one of those slides originated.
We do use a little bit of that in Taylor County, and I'm not sure of the mechanism other than it is the Chamber of Commerce has a tourism development council, and they get funding through the bed tax from hotels and things in our county, and they've given us a few $1,000s, and by us I mean that goes to my reef volunteer team. It doesn't come to me. It doesn't come to me in Taylor County or UF. So that's been helpful, but in terms of legal, I don't know. That's not my department.
We don't have anything in the southeast region that I know of that comes from tourism. The Palm Beach County, what they've done is they have an allocation of the voter registration fees that they use, and that's just in their county ordinance. In Miami-Dade County, our county ordinance is set up such that the money from vessel registration goes to the Biscayne Bay Trust Fund, and that can only be used in the Bay. So we have no money for offshore. That's something we're trying to work around and get an amendment to the county code, but that's not an easy process, and it also opens everybody else up for their hand in a cookie jar. So it's a delicate process that we're going to have to go through, but we don't have any tourism money. It would take a big political will to get an allocation of that tourism money for artificial reefs in our area.
In Escambia, I would say that the best known and certainly one of the most substantial uses of tourist development tax was the local allocation of over $900,000 for the Oriskany, our part in the Oriskany. So it's definitely in our county's legal determination that it's a legal expenditure of those funds, and those are set forth in statute. So you could verify that.
I think we have time for one final question, and so I'm going to go ahead and let you do it.
Addressing to, we're talking about the reef cleanup, which is critical. I'm in the same area with Dr. Harold Matthews and stuff, but I run dive charters. We're out there 5 to 7 times a week, and I just have all my divers clean it up. They love it. So it's really not a huge issue out here. They just think it's really neat. We give them scissors, they cut up all the metal filament. I have a big can in the back, and they're just doing a really good job of cleaning it all up. There's hardly, there's stuff out there because there's people fishing all the time, but we just keep it constantly clean. They get all the lead weight. I tell them that's important. Of course, I like the lead weight. It costs a lot, and we do pretty much all line fish are gone too on the inshore stuff 20 miles in.
So there was actually a few more questions that we don't have time for, but if Keith, if you give me 1 second, if all the county reef coordinators could just stand up for a minute so that people who had questions know who you are. I thought that way. Obviously, we've got, okay, so during the networking social, feel free to ask all of these ladies and gentlemen additional questions, because I do know I've got at least 3 people who wanted to ask more. So sorry to not tell you I was going to do that, Keith, but
yeah, absolutely. And certainly a round of applause to all of our county managers. So we have a lot of things lined up for this evening, and I just have some housekeeping I'd like to remind everyone about. First, starting at 5:45, Megan Folletti, our FWC lionfish coordinator, will be giving a lionfish fillet demonstration next to the lionfish tent out there. So you can start, the first demonstration is going to be at 5:45 and every 30 minutes thereafter. We also are going to be having the poster session from 6 p.m. until 8 p.m. So this is a reminder for anyone with among the 20 posters that are going to be presented to please, as soon as we adjourn, hang your posters up there. And from 6 to 7 p.m. during that session, we ask the poster presenters for, I think, the odd numbers to be standing by their poster. And then from 6 to 8 p.m., the poster presenters from the even numbered posters will be standing next to their posters. And you can look in your program if there's a particular author you would like to speak to. You can look in your program and you'll see the numbered order of those posters, whether they're odd or even. So that's one way you can meet the poster presenters and talk about those particular posters. Also, we are going to be having during that time our first social of the summit. And we have we're going to be providing as part of the registration the soda and some homebrew kegged beer that I've made, as well as a contribution from Todd Barber as well. So we'll have that out there for you to enjoy. And also, as a reminder, you'll find a blue ticket in your that you received during registration, and that's good for 1 free drink at the cash bar. And then beyond that, it'll be a cash bar. Also, a reminder: we have tomorrow morning providing breakfast from continental breakfast from 7:30 until 8:30 a.m. And for speakers for tomorrow, please get your presentations to Holly by 8 a.m. And I guess to kick off our social, we have a lionfish video that'll hopefully get us excited for Megan's presentation too. And this was collected by Alex Fogg of the University of Southern Mississippi. And he's been putting some YouTube videos out there that have, and this is one of the handful that have gone viral, I think, over the past couple years. He's got a soundtrack on there too that can kind of get us started. And let's use this social to get to know each other better, to thank our recent retirees and your contributions, and to continue some of these discussions that we started today. So, and you want to door prizes too? Okay. And after this, we'll do some more door prizes. So is Alex in the room somewhere? Yeah. There he is over there. Yeah. So. Your evening will be nice and you can go and send me on my way. I said, you're such a sweet young thing, why you do this to yourself? She looked at me and this is what she said. Oh, there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. There ain't nothing in this world for free. I know I can't slow down, I can't hold back, though you know I wish I could. I know there ain't no rest for the wicked until we close our eyes for good. Not even 15 minutes later, I'm still walking on the street when I saw the shadow of a man creep out of sight. And then he swept up from behind, he put a gun up to my head, he made it clear he wasn't looking for a fight. He said, give me all you got, I want your money, not your life. If you try to make a move, I won't think twice. I told him you could have my cash, but first you know I gotta ask, what made you wanna live this kind of life? He said there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. There ain't nothing in this world for free. I know I can't slow down, I can't hold back, though you know I wish I could. Oh no, there ain't no rest for the wicked until we close our eyes for good. Yeah. Well, now a couple hours passed and I was sitting in my house. The day was winding down and coming to an end.
If the following people are in the room, I've got door prizes for you. Martin Roulette, James Richard, Mark Sramick, and Jeff Wallet. I know you're there, so if you want to come up, I've got some door prizes for you.
Tonight I'll have a look and try to find my face again. Buried beneath this house, my spirit screams and dies again. Out back a monster wears a cloak of Persian leather.